Hey there, you're here. And that means maybe, just maybe, it's been one of those days. The kind that clings to your shoulders long after the sun's gone down. Maybe your jaw's a little tight, or your mind won't stop chewing on things it can't fix. So let's set that down for now. Just for a while. Tonight. I'll take you somewhere old. Somewhere dark, but not frightening. Somewhere strange, but familiar in ways you didn't expect. We're going back to a time when pain was part of every morning, and still, people got up. Still, they laughed. Still, they tried. So get comfortable. Pull the blanket close. Let the hum of your thoughts slow to a gentle murmur. And let me tell you a story. About teeth. About tenderness. About what it really meant to be a dentist in the Middle Ages, and why it was never really about the teeth at all. Ready? Then let's begin. It's late now, isn't it? The day has quietly slipped away, and the familiar rush of modern life has finally stilled to a whisper. Go ahead, settle in a little deeper under the blankets, let the tension melt gently from your shoulders. Tonight, I'm not here to hurry you. There's nowhere else you need to be, nothing else you must do. Tonight is about slowing down, about listening softly to history as it gently breathes around you. The room you're in, it might be dark, just faintly illuminated by a distant glow, maybe from your phone screen or a bedside lamp. But imagine, just for now, that this faint glow is the golden flicker of candlelight, softly dancing across rough-hewn wooden walls. It moves gently, casting shadows that quietly stretch, then shrink, as if breathing in rhythm with your own quiet heartbeat. Listen. Beyond these walls, far outside your window, you might hear distant, muffled noises, the soft murmur of conversations, a dog barking gently in the night, perhaps a faint breeze stirring the trees. But what if these weren't the sounds of your street, or your neighborhood, but rather echoes from another time? Imagine that these gentle murmurs were the whispers of a medieval village drifting through the night, horses softly shuffling in their stalls, the rustle of straw bedding settling, villagers murmuring evening prayers under their breath, or perhaps a night watchman gently pacing, footsteps quiet but firm, reassuring you that you're safe, secure, ready to drift into the night. Yet tonight, before sleep claims you, let's softly travel together into a distant past, somewhere tucked deep in history's vast, comforting folds. Tonight, we'll find ourselves not in castles or grand palaces, not among kings and queens, but in the quiet, slightly worn shoes of someone much humbler, someone you might never have considered, a medieval dentist. A medieval dentist, you wonder? Yes. It sounds odd, almost like a joke whispered between friends, a quiet laugh shared before sleep gently arrives. But beneath this curious notion lies something surprisingly human, something universal. Pain, yes, discomfort certainly, but also bravery, resilience, humor even, softly woven into the fabric of daily survival. The Middle Ages, such a gentle, misleading name for an era filled with contrasts, where darkness and warmth mingled every day. It's true, there was much to fear, much to suffer through quietly. But there were moments, too, moments of tender kindness, of patient endurance, and of gentle, whispered courage. Picture yourself there, now. You're waking up slowly, sleep slipping gently away as the first pale hints of dawn creep cautiously over rough thatched roofs. There's the faintest chill in the air, and somewhere, not far away, the sound of a rooster crowing, a gentle reminder that life, even here, begins anew every day. You feel it then, the ache. A dull, familiar, persistent ache right there, deep in your jaw, quietly reminding you that today, like yesterday, and perhaps like tomorrow, your life will once again revolve gently yet persistently around something as small, yet as profound, as a toothache. Tonight's gentle journey will take us there, to understand not just why being a medieval dentist was a challenging, sometimes painful existence, but also why it mattered, why even such discomforting moments had their quiet dignity. We'll softly explore the gentle absurdity of treatments, the ironic whispers of superstition, and the tender, human moments that bind even our strangest ancestors to us in ways we rarely consider. So breathe deep now, settle gently into your pillow, and trust this quiet voice. Allow yourself to drift, to imagine, to softly wonder. Because tonight, before you close your eyes fully, you'll learn why, despite the humor and the quiet horrors, despite the hardship and the calm courage it required, being a medieval dentist was truly something unforgettable. Rest easy now. Our journey has just softly begun. You don't wake all at once. It happens slowly, like dawn stretching its fingers across the ceiling of a forgotten world. One sound at a time. One sensation. One breath. There's no alarm, no glowing clock. Just the subtle shift from unconsciousness to something more aware, not quite alert, but no longer asleep. The first thing you notice is the silence. But not the kind of silence you know now, not the quiet hum of a fridge, or the buzz of an electric world still breathing behind the walls. No. This silence feels older. Thicker. It rests heavily over your chest like a woolen blanket left out in damp winter air. It's alive with potential, waiting to be disturbed by the waking of something ancient and human. And then, the sounds come. A rooster, far off, as if crowing from the other side of the village. A cartwheel creaking somewhere beyond your walls. Straw shifting as an animal resettles in its pen. The world doesn't shout at you to wake. It whispers. And still, you stay in the in-between. Half here. Half in dreams. Your body is the next to stir. Not because it's ready, but because it must. The straw beneath you is slightly damp. Not from rain, it hasn't rained in days, but from something else. Sweat. Condensation. You stopped asking years ago. Your back aches, not with the sudden sharpness of injury, but the dull, familiar throb of repetition. A pain that isn't alarming anymore. Just, expected. Like the cold in your joints. Like the sound of the bell tower's distant clang, marking the start of a day you've already lived 100 times. You shift, and the straw crunches beneath you. Each movement stirs more scent into the air, earthy, slightly sour, tinged with the faint scent of ash and sweat. This is your bed. A simple wooden frame. A mattress filled with straw that used to be fresh. It used to smell like sun-dried grass. Now it smells like living. Long, slow living. There's no pillow. Just a folded scrap of cloth that you've trained yourself to believe is enough. It's not. But in the early light of this medieval morning, belief can be almost as comforting as fact. Your blanket, patched and worn, has slipped halfway to the floor. You reach for it without looking. The wool is coarse. It scratches your fingers as you pull it back up, more habit than comfort. The cold has already crept under your skin. You're not shivering. That takes energy. And energy is a resource you spend carefully now. You don't open your eyes just yet. The light filtering through the cracks in the wooden shutters is gray. Not the gray of storm clouds, but of a sky not yet awake. You've learned to read the sky by its tone. This gray tells you it's early. Not late enough to hear footsteps outside your door. Not late enough for the neighbor's child to cry. But soon. Soon, the world will begin its chorus. Soon, someone will knock. But not yet. Your ears tune in more clearly now. You hear the soft rustle of feathers in the corner, your one surviving hen, pecking at nothing. She sleeps indoors during colder nights. You share this room with more than one living thing, though none of them talk. They breathe, they shift, they leave hair in places you wish they wouldn't. But they are your company. Your warmth. Your reminders that you are not entirely alone. There's a sound of wind against the window shutter. A gentle knock, like someone asking permission to come in. You imagine it's not the wind. You imagine someone standing there, hesitating, not wanting to disturb you. A patient, perhaps. Or a friend. If you still had those. But it's just wind. Or a tree branch. Or a sound that doesn't mean anything. Most sounds don't, really, not anymore. Your body aches. You stretch, slowly, carefully, like unfolding something delicate that might tear. Your neck cracks. Your knees resist. But you sit up. That, at least, is still yours, the choice to rise. You open your eyes. The room is as you left it. Small. Wooden. Uneven. The ceiling beams sag slightly, like tired shoulders after a long day. There's a bowl in the corner with yesterday's water, now cloudy with dust. A chair with one leg shorter than the others. A shelf holding your tools, metal, wood, string. Things that once made you proud. Now, you look at them and feel, not regret. Not quite shame. Just the heavy familiarity of obligation. You were not born to be a healer. But people come to you all the same. Because in this part of the world, in this century, there are only so many hands that are willing to touch another's pain. You rub your fingers together. They're rough. Not from age, but from use. Years of gripping, pulling, carving, scraping. Your hands are your currency. Not your smile. Not your words. Just the steadiness of your fingers and the silence that follows the work. You run your thumb along your jaw, checking the spot where your own tooth once ached. Gone now. You pulled it yourself last spring, in this very room, using the same tools you'd use on a stranger. The infection didn't spread. Not that time. You were lucky. You hear movement outside now. The village is waking. Soft voices. A dog barking once, then falling silent. Someone swearing under their breath as they carry water in the cold. Life, rising like smoke, quiet, necessary, unremarkable. You stay seated on the edge of your straw bed. Let the day come to you in pieces. There's no rush. Pain waits. It always does. Your eyes drift to the wall where you've scratched small marks, one for each full moon you've seen since arriving here. The wood is worn where your fingernail has carved. You've lost count a few times. Some marks are deeper than others. Some are lighter, as if you carved them half-heartedly, already forgetting what day it was. Time is strange in a world without clocks. It moves like breath, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, always unnoticed until it stops. You think about your patience. About the mouths you'll open. The teeth you'll pull. The faces you'll try not to look at too closely. It's easier when you don't know them too well. But in a village this size, that's impossible. You've pulled a tooth from the same man who once gave you shelter during a storm. You've drained an abscess from a woman whose child died last winter. You've held the jaw of a girl who flinched before you even touched her, because someone else had already taught her to expect pain. You carry their stories with you. Not in your mind, but in your muscles. In the tightness of your shoulders. In the way your breath catches sometimes when you close your eyes. You don't remember every name. But your body remembers every scream. And yet, you stay. You don't leave. You don't run. You wake up, every morning, on damp straw, in a room that smells like sweat and smoke and metal. And you stay. Why? You ask yourself this sometimes. Not out loud. Not often. But in the quietest moments, like now, when the sky is still gray and the world hasn't started its noise, you let yourself wonder. Is it duty? Is it guilt? Is it hope? Or is it simply because this is who you are now? You were once something else. A son. A traveler. A student, perhaps. But time has peeled those titles away, one by one, like bark from a tree. What's left is this, hands that help, a room that creaks, and the soft certainty that tomorrow will look much like today. And that is enough. You rise slowly. The day hasn't officially begun, but it's close. You know what follows. You've lived it many times before. The rhythm doesn't change, but somehow, that makes it easier to bear. The ache in your spine greets you like an old friend. The floor is still cold. Your breath still forms a soft cloud in the air. And outside, somewhere down the muddy path, someone is already thinking about the pain in their tooth, and the strange person in the wooden room at the edge of the village who might, just might, be able to take it away. But not yet. For now, you breathe. You're awake. And that, in its own quiet way, is something. You don't rush to stand. Because you've learned something important about mornings in this life. They don't begin when the sun rises. Or when the animals stir. Or even when your eyes open. No. Mornings begin when you ask your body to move, and it says no. It's not rebellion, exactly. More like resistance. The quiet defiance of a body tired of being ignored. Tired of being pulled from its aching sleep to face another day that promises more of the same, repetition, labor, and pain. And still, you ask it again. So you shift your weight. Just a little. Just enough to let your spine know that yes, you're doing this again. The response is immediate. A familiar tightness pulls down your lower back. Your knees whisper a quiet warning. Your left shoulder hums softly with the memory of last month's strain, the one that hasn't quite healed, and probably never will. But this is the first uncomfortable truth of your morning: you don't get to wait for comfort to begin. You move anyway. You place one hand behind you, bracing against the uneven wall of your small wooden home. You lean forward, then push, slowly, until your weight shifts, until gravity helps you slide forward just enough for your feet to find the ground. Bare skin touches cold earth. Not stone. Not tile. Just packed dirt. Cold as a grave, and just as honest. The second uncomfortable truth comes quickly: everything hurts more in stillness. The straw bed may be rough. The blanket may be worn thin. But they carry warmth, heat stored from your own body, from the night before. And now that you've left them behind, the morning greets you like an open door in winter. The air finds your skin and clings to it. Not as wind, but as stillness that bites. It doesn't move. It doesn't have to. It simply presses itself into every crease, every scar, every tender place you've tried to forget. You flex your toes against the dirt. They protest. The soles of your feet are tough, thick from walking, from years of carrying not just your own weight, but the burdens of others. But even calluses feel cold. You sit there, hunched forward, elbows on your knees, head heavy with half-sleep. You don't speak. There's no one to speak to. But if you were to say anything aloud, it would be something like, "I wish the hurt would wait until I'm fully awake." But it doesn't. It never does. The stiffness in your back is joined now by a dull throb in your jaw. You press your tongue to the back of your molars, out of habit more than pain, and feel a familiar tenderness. A tooth not yet angry, but not quite content. You've learned to read your own body like a farmer reads the sky. Something's coming. A storm, perhaps. Or an infection. But not today. Not yet. You push the thought aside. Gently. Carefully. You've learned not to follow pain too far down its path. It has a way of taking you to places you can't come back from before breakfast. Instead, you focus on the familiar. Your breath, slow and visible in the cold air. The rhythm of your heartbeat in your chest. The way the morning light pushes its way through the slats in your shutters, not warmly, not eagerly, but with resignation. As if it, too, doesn't want to be here. You look around the room again. It is yours. And it isn't. The tools you once crafted. The stool you carved when you were younger and thought it might help you sit for longer hours. The piece of cloth nailed to the wall to keep out the draft, frayed now, and mostly useless. Every piece of this room is a compromise. Not broken, but not whole. Not dangerous, but not safe. You live in the space between extremes. A world that is never quite terrible enough to flee, and never quite kind enough to rest in. And that, perhaps, is the third uncomfortable truth: this life doesn't punish you with suffering, it wears you down with almosts. Almost warm. Almost dry. Almost healed. Almost seen. You rise, finally. Slowly. Each muscle negotiates its role, each joint agreeing to move only after quiet protest. Your knees crack. Your hip feels like it belongs to someone older, someone who has walked farther than you ever will. But you're standing now. You stretch your arms overhead, feel the tight pull of skin across your ribs. Your tunic rides up, exposing your sides to the air. You pull it down again, quickly, but not before the cold reminds you, you are not made for comfort. The fire in your hearth has long since gone out. Just ashes now. Soft gray remnants of yesterday's warmth. You think about relighting it. But there's no time. The day is moving forward, with or without your consent. You walk to the small wash basin near the door. The water inside is still. Thin ice has formed on its surface. You break it with your fingers. The shock stings. There's no mirror. But you don't need one. You know what your face looks like. You know the lines that have settled there, like roads carved into soft earth. You know the way your eyes always seem tired, even when you've slept. You know the curve of your jaw, the uneven stubble, the scar on your chin from a time you'd rather forget. You cup your hands, fill them with cold water, and press it to your face. It hurts. Briefly. Then numbs. It doesn't wake you. It doesn't cleanse you. It just reminds you, you're still here. And for now, that's enough. You dry your hands on your tunic. The same one you wore yesterday. And the day before. And likely, the day after tomorrow. It smells faintly of smoke, sweat, and something you can't name. You don't mind. You've smelled worse. You've been worse. You find your shoes near the door. Stiff leather, warped with age, stitched and restitched by your own hands. You slide your feet into them without untying the laces. They resist. But eventually, they yield. You stand there for a moment, dressed and upright, but not ready. Readiness is a luxury. You don't wait for readiness anymore. You wait for necessity. And then you obey it. You glance at the table in the corner. A small loaf of bread rests on a cloth. Hard. Dense. Stale, most likely. But food. Enough to keep your hands from shaking. Enough to carry you until the midday meal. You break off a piece and chew slowly. Your jaw aches. The tooth presses against your cheek. You wince. Not dramatically. Just slightly. You don't curse. You don't spit it out. You swallow. And you whisper, almost amused, well. Isn't that something? Because there's a kind of poetry in it. A quiet irony. You, of all people, begin your day with a toothache. And somewhere, someone else is waking up to the same ache. A stranger. A neighbor. Someone who will find their way to you later, with swollen gums and frightened eyes and hope where there probably shouldn't be any. They'll sit in your chair. They'll open their mouth. And they'll trust you to make the pain go away. But who do you trust? You don't ask that out loud. There's no answer. Not here. Not now. Instead, you open the door. The world outside is gray and wet and real. Smoke curls from nearby chimneys. A thin mist clings to the path. Chickens scratch at the frozen ground. A dog barks, once. Then again. You step outside. Your breath floats in front of you. The village is waking. And so are its aches. You adjust your cloak. Shift your shoulders. Let your fingers brush the edge of the pouch at your side, the one that holds your tools. And for a moment, you pause. Not to prepare. Not to pray. Just to stand in the stillness of a world that never quite becomes what you want it to be, and yet never fully lets you go. And then you begin walking. Because this is the first uncomfortable truth of your life. Comfort is not required for meaning. Only presence. Only motion. Only you, still waking, still aching, still going. You sit again, just for a moment. Not from weakness. But from something softer. Something less visible than pain. You sit because there is stillness in you that hasn't yet been touched by the day. And for reasons you don't fully understand, you want to hold on to that just a little longer. Before the first knock. Before the first scream. Before the sharp edge of your tools meets the soft trust of a stranger's mouth. The wooden stool beneath you creaks gently. It always does. Not loud enough to be annoying. Just loud enough to remind you it's still here. Like a companion who doesn't speak much but listens well. Its surface is uneven, one leg shorter than the others. But you know how to balance your weight, how to lean ever so slightly to the right so it stays steady. You've sat on this stool more hours than you can count. More hours than you've prayed, or spoken, or slept. You let your hands fall into your lap. Palms up. Still. You don't close your eyes. You want to see the world exactly as it is. Before memory begins to interfere. The room around you is quiet, but not silent. It breathes with you. The fire is gone now, just ash and memory in the hearth. The light through the shutters is softening, fading from gray to gold, but it never fully reaches the corners. There are always shadows here. Long, slanted ones. Familiar. On the shelf across from you, your tools rest in a careful, deliberate line. You arranged them last night, habit, ritual, necessity. Each piece has its place. The pliers. The hooks. The little wooden wedge. The cloth strip you sometimes use to tie a jaw still. You don't look at them with pride. Not anymore. Not shame either. Just recognition. They are what they are. They've become like your fingers, extensions of what you do, but not who you are. You shift your gaze to the wall just beyond the shelf. A patch of plaster is missing there. It crumbled 2 winters ago during a storm. You never fixed it. You told yourself you would, once the ground thawed. Then once the rain stopped. Then once you had enough leftover coin to buy lime. The truth is, you stopped noticing. The crack became part of the room. And then part of you. You think about that sometimes. How damage, if left long enough, stops looking like damage. It becomes structure. Your eyes wander again. They settle on the small piece of cloth you've pinned near the door, an old scrap from a tunic long gone. Faded blue. Fraying badly now. But it catches the draft just enough to keep the wind from slicing through. It's not a real curtain. It's not a real solution. But it helps. You smile, just barely. Because in this life, sometimes help doesn't need to be whole. Sometimes it only needs to be something. Your fingers drift to your wrist. You run your thumb across a small bump in the bone. A memory hides there. You remember the day you fell on the road outside the apothecary, tripped on a loose stone. It was raining. You were carrying a jar of boiled wine. You hit the ground hard, and the jar shattered. Blood in the mud. A bruise that swallowed your arm whole. It healed. Mostly. But the bone never quite sat the same. And now, every time you touch that bump, you remember not just the fall, but the person who helped you up. An old man with bad eyes and better hands. He didn't say much. He didn't ask for anything. He just grunted and pulled you to your feet. Then walked away before you could thank him. You never saw him again. But you think of him every time your wrist aches in the rain. You wonder, sometimes, how many lives you've touched like that. People you treated. People you hurt by accident. People who remember the shape of your hands more than the sound of your voice. It's strange, this life. So small. So repetitive. And yet full of footprints, most of which you never meant to leave behind. Your eyes find the corner where your hen sleeps. She's awake now, blinking slowly, head tilted, feathers slightly ruffled. She watches you with the calm suspicion only animals seem to possess, like she knows something you don't, but is too polite to say it aloud. You fed her last night. A handful of old grains. She doesn't lay eggs anymore. Too old. But you let her stay. She's quiet. Warm. Familiar. And sometimes, in the loneliest moments, she's enough. You rise again, not because the moment is over, but because it's time. You've lived long enough to know the difference between those two things. You move slowly across the room and pick up the cloth you use to wrap your tools. You fold it over them gently. Like tucking in a child. You don't rush. You don't look away. Each motion is deliberate. Steady. Silent. As your fingers close the wrap, a memory comes. Years ago. Another room. Brighter than this one. Cleaner. A different fire in the hearth. And someone beside you, a voice you haven't heard in years. Teaching. Explaining. Demonstrating with those same tools in his hands. You can't remember his name anymore. But you remember the way he moved. And the way he looked at people, not as problems to fix, but as pain to hold. You try to remember that, in your own way. Most days, you forget. But not all. You sit back down, tools wrapped, room quiet, breath steady. And you let the memory settle. Like dust. Like mourning. Like grief. The village outside is louder now. Not loud by modern standards, but alive. Wooden wheels dragging against dirt. A voice calling out for a child. The rhythm of someone chopping wood. Familiar sounds. Repeated sounds. But never meaningless. You wonder what they'd say if they knew what you thought about at this hour. If they knew you sometimes stare at your tools not because you're afraid of using them, but because you're afraid of becoming them. Cold. Unyielding. Sharp in the wrong places. You wonder how many people in history have asked that question, without ever saying it aloud. You wonder if some part of them is still here. In the walls. In the floor. In the ache behind your eyes. You glance at the shelf one more time. At the stool. At the shadows. And then, you close your eyes. Just for a breath. Just long enough to remember something gentle. You are still human. Not because of what you fix. Not because of what you endure. But because you can sit in silence like this and feel something stir, however faint, however quiet, in the soft darkness before the day begins. And as your eyes open again, and your hands gather your tools, you carry that with you. Not pride. Not peace. But presence. And sometimes, that's the best a morning can offer. You stand again. Not suddenly. Not with energy. But with purpose. With the soft finality of someone who has finished remembering and is now ready to begin forgetting. Forgetting rest. Forgetting comfort. Forgetting that the body once felt stillness. Your feet press deeper into the stiff leather of your shoes. You rock slightly forward and back, testing their shape against yours, reacquainting yourself with the discomfort you've worn for years. They've molded to your steps, yes, but they've never truly fit. They never will. No tool of labor ever quite fits the body it demands from. You wrap your cloak over your shoulders, draw the fabric tight at your chest. It's heavier now than it was when you first stitched it years ago. Not because the wool has thickened. But because it's carried seasons. Rain. smoke, soot, sorrow. The weight of every hour you've worn it. And yet, there's warmth in it still. Not enough. But enough to begin. You glance once more at the hearth. No fire today. No wood left to burn, and no time to gather more before the work begins. Besides, warmth will come. In the form of breath, of bodies, of effort. Your hands will heat up soon. They always do. You lift your satchel from the hook near the door. Its leather strap creaks gently as you sling it across your shoulder. Inside, your cloth-wrapped tools, a small flask of watered wine, 2 strips of dried meat, a folded scrap of linen. Not much. Never much. But enough. Enough to face what comes. Your fingers brush the door latch. It's smooth from use. A small thing, polished not by design, but by repetition. 1,000 openings. 1,000 closings. Hands like yours, perhaps older. Perhaps trembling. Perhaps stronger than you'll ever be. You push the door open. And the world, without fanfare, receives you. The morning greets you not like a songbird or a sunrise. It greets you like a draft through a crack in the wall. Real. Chill. Inevitable. Outside, the sky is pale. The kind of pale that belongs to days with no rain, but no promise of light either. It's the color of wool soaked in river water, dull, uncertain, lingering. Your breath fogs as you exhale. It hovers in the air, then dissolves without ceremony. The path outside your door is packed earth, softened by a recent frost that has begun to thaw. Your foot sinks slightly as you step forward. Not enough to soil your boots. But enough to remind you, everything is temporary. Even solid ground. You walk slowly down the narrow lane between cottages. Your gait is practiced, each step avoiding the stones you know will tilt, the puddles that seem shallow but are not, the edges where the mud grips harder than it lets go. The village is waking, and you feel it, not with your ears, but with your bones. A woman calls to a child. A man curses as he hauls a bucket from the well. A door opens, then slams again. Smoke rises thinly from 1 or 2 chimneys, curling like thread into the dull sky. You don't wave to anyone. But you nod, once, when a passerby lifts his gaze long enough to meet yours. He doesn't smile. Neither do you. Not out of coldness. But because here, smiles are too costly to spend so early. You pass the baker's hut. The scent is faint, old embers, scorched flour. He's already sold his bread to the early risers. What's left now are crusts and warmth, seeping from the cracks in his shuttered window. You walk on. And with each step, you begin the quiet process of becoming who you need to be. The man who doesn't flinch at the sight of blood. The man who doesn't tremble when a jaw cracks under pressure. The man who holds pain with both hands and never looks away. It's not performance. It's not armor. It's survival. Because to do what you do, to reach into the softest places of a person and remove what has rotted, you must become something harder than your tools, and softer than the eyes watching you work. You must carry the weight of screams without letting it echo in your chest. You must answer questions without giving away your uncertainty. And you must do it all with hands that no longer remember what comfort feels like. Your first appointment today is the blacksmith's apprentice. A boy, maybe 14. Already strong, already scarred. But not by you. Not yet. He came to you yesterday, jaw clenched, voice thin. "It's my back tooth," he said, one hand pressed to his cheek. "Hurts when I drink. Hurts when I don't." You nodded. You've heard it before. 1,000 times. In 1,000 ways. But today, it will be your hands that make it stop. Or make it worse. You pass the chapel. Its door is open, as always. Inside, the candles flicker despite the still air. You don't go in. But you glance toward the threshold, where the floor is worn from knees and confession. You wonder what it would be like to speak aloud what you carry. But no one confesses to pulling teeth. No one hears the guilt of pain you cause for a purpose. So you walk on. Ahead, the smithy glows faintly red. Not from fire. But from memory. You remember the last time you were there. Not for work. For shelter. 3 winters ago. The wind had cracked your window. The hearth refused to stay lit. And you, ashamed, hungry, half shivering, had stood in the doorway, asking to sleep near the forge. He let you. Didn't say much. But he nodded toward the bench, threw you a blanket, and went back to hammering. You never forgot. And you've never charged him full price since. You reached the door and knocked twice. Not loud. Not demanding. Just enough to say, I'm here. It's time. The boy opens it. His eyes are puffy. His jaw is swollen. He doesn't speak. You don't need him to. You follow him inside, into the warm, metallic air of the forge. It smells like iron, sweat, and soot. The air is thick. Heavy. But it feels alive. In a way your own cottage never quite does. You set your satchel down. Open it. Unwrap the cloth. And there they are, your instruments. The pliers, dulled but steady. The pick, carved from a scrap of antler and metal. The wedge, smoothed by time. You look at the boy. He swallows. You nod. And then, you begin. But that story is for another time. For now, this moment, this walk, this breath, this cloak pulling tight around your chest, is the closing of a chapter. Not with finality, but with readiness. Because this is how every day begins. Not with ceremony. Not with peace. But with the quiet, heavy knowing that you are needed. And that is reason enough to keep going. There is no breakfast bell. No aroma wafting from a kitchen. No table set with care. Just habit. And hunger. That is how the morning meal begins. You return from the blacksmith's forge a little colder than when you left, a little quieter. The work is done, but the taste of it still lingers, not on your tongue, but in your chest. You've washed your hands in snowmelt. Wrapped your tools again. Closed the door behind you. Now the house feels more like yours. Or at least, less like somewhere you don't belong. There's no fire in the hearth. There wasn't time. And the bread doesn't wait for flames anyway. You walk toward the table, a slab of wood more splinter than surface, and find what remains of your morning provisions, half a round of yesterday's rye bread, so dark it almost blends into the shadows, and a thin wedge of cheese, stiff with salt and age. The knife beside it is dull. But you don't need sharpness. You just need something to separate one bite from the next. You sit slowly. The stool creaks beneath you again, as if also protesting the return. There is no ceremony. No prayer. Just breath. And then motion. You pick up the bread. It's heavy. Dense. Not soft, never soft. The crust is hard enough to blunt a nail. The center, once warm from the communal oven, is now a kind of sponge for cold. It smells of yeast and smoke and stone. You hold it in your hand for a moment. You always do. As if warmth might return by will alone. It doesn't. So you bite. And the pain arrives with it. Not sharp, at first. Just a pressure. A warning. Like something inside your mouth trying to push back. You chew carefully, mindfully. You've learned to do that, to favor the side that isn't throbbing. Though these days, favoring feels more like choosing which tooth you're willing to risk losing. The bread grits between your molars. Not just from age, but from flour ground poorly, too fast, by stones that chipped and crumbled into the meal. You've seen it yourself, flecks of rock baked into every loaf. They say you can spot the poor by the way their teeth wear flat by 30. But you don't need to spot anyone. You carry the proof in your own jaw. The cheese offers no relief. It crumbles reluctantly, tasting of something between brine and regret. Too salty, too dry. You swallow quickly, without letting it linger. You don't eat it for pleasure. You eat it because it's there. You reach for the cup beside your bread, a small wooden thing, carved by your own hand long ago, still leaking slightly at the base. Inside, watered ale. Weak. Flat. Lukewarm. But clean enough to drink. Water alone isn't trusted here. Not unless it's been boiled. Or blessed. You sip slowly. It stings the sore spot on your gum. You pause. Then sip again. Because in this world, even the things that soothe can wound you first. Your mind drifts, as it always does when chewing takes more focus than thought. You remember when bread meant something else. When it was soft, fresh, shared. Not yours alone, but laid out on a table among voices. A mother's hands. A father's silence. A sister's laugh. It's blurry now, not because it wasn't real, but because it was long ago. And you've eaten 1,000 bitter breakfasts since. The bread is nearly gone now. You chew slower toward the end. Not to savor, there is nothing left to savor. But to delay. Because after the food, there is no more distraction. Only the body. Only the ache. You shift your tongue against your teeth, counting. 1. 2. 3. The fourth, tender. The fifth, worse. You press slightly. A pulse. A deep, humming kind of pain. Not loud, but steady. Like a reminder whispered in the dark. You set down the crust. You don't finish it. Not today. You pull your cloak tighter instead, though you're indoors. The wind has found another crack somewhere. You'll fix it later. Or not. Most problems here become furniture eventually. You simply learn to live around them. You glance toward the window. The village is louder now. Children chasing chickens. Someone coughing. The forge clanging again. Life continuing. Not brightly. Not eagerly. But undeniably. And in the middle of it, people eating just like you. Or trying to. You think of old Thea, with no teeth at all, gumming her porridge beside the hearth while her granddaughter spoons it slowly. Or the tanner's boy, whose mouth you saw last week, open wide, swollen red, one tooth black as coal and ready to break. You didn't have the heart to tell him what it would take to pull it. You told him to wait. That the swelling might go down. It won't. But sometimes, even a lie can be a kindness. You rise from the stool. Your knees crack again. You stretch your back, which resists with dull protest. The day is beginning, truly now. The part where you must leave yourself behind and become what others need. But before you move toward the door again, your hand pauses. You touch your jaw. Press lightly. The pain is still there. Not worse. Not better. Just waiting. And maybe that's the thing about breakfast in this world. It doesn't start the day with comfort. It starts it with a reminder. That even the simplest acts, eating, swallowing, chewing, are small trials. That nourishment and pain share the same seat at your table. And still, you eat. Because to not eat would mean something worse. It would mean giving up the fight for even the smallest bit of strength. And there are still teeth to pull. Still hands to hold. Still eyes that will look to yours and ask, silently, will this hurt? Yes. Yes, it will. But we'll do it anyway. Because that's what people do. Even when their bread is stone, their teeth are failing, and their mornings begin with pain. They eat. They rise. They endure. And sometimes, if the day is kind, they remember to laugh about it. But not yet. Not today. For now, you gather your satchel again. Brush crumbs from your sleeve. Check the tools once more. The weight of them is familiar, a kind of grounding. And as you step back into the wind, into the sky that still refuses to turn blue, you hear the faint call of someone down the road. Your next visit. Your next pain. Your next mouth waiting to trust you. But before you reach them, a thought passes through you, quiet as a breath. Some people eat eggs for breakfast. And that's where we'll go next. Because in this village, not everyone's breakfast is the same. And sometimes, the differences between us begin with what we put in our mouths, and what happens next. You don't think about class when you first wake up. You think about cold. About how stiff your back feels. About the ache that started in your jaw again. You think about whether you have enough bread for one more morning. But then you step outside, and the village reminds you. Gently. Without cruelty. Just, visibly. You walk past windows where people eat very different mornings than yours. On one end of the lane, you pass old Marta's home. Small, crooked, nearly swallowed by ivy. The door is always ajar, not because she invites the world in, but because the wood no longer sits right in the frame. She doesn't fix it. There's no point. What draft can truly be kept out in a house made of memory? Marta's breakfast, if you could call it that, is a cup of hot water steeped with bitter greens. Dandelion root, sometimes. Onion skin, if she has it. And a thin porridge, oats stretched with water, stirred until it becomes something barely solid. Sometimes her neighbor gives her a scrap of lard to stir in. But usually, it's just the oats. Just the water. Just the spoon scraping the bottom of an empty bowl with more hope than hunger. You treated Marta once. An abscess that nearly took her. She paid you with a prayer. And a smile so kind it made the room feel warm. And still, you remember the smell of her breath more than her face. Pain has a way of staying with you that kindness doesn't. A little further up the road, the miller's son eats better. Not lavishly, but steadily. His family has bread, not the dark, heavy rye of your table, but lighter loaves, touched with barley and oats. Occasionally, there's a bit of cheese. Occasionally, an apple. A bruised one, perhaps, but sweet enough. You know because he once offered you half of it after a visit. And you took it. Even though it hurt to chew. He eats standing, as his father yells about sacks and horses. There's no time for conversation. Just bites. Quick ones. But even that is a luxury, to bite without fear. To chew without strategy. And then there are the others. Further uphill. Past the chapel. Where the doors are thicker, the windows glazed with horn instead of fabric. Where breakfast is not just a need, but a ritual. You've been inside one of those homes once. Not as a guest. As a necessity. The youngest daughter of the steward had a tooth that screamed in her sleep. You were called, not with urgency, but with hesitation. As though your presence alone might infect the walls. You remember the breakfast laid out when you arrived. A cloth-covered table. Real cloth, not burlap. The bread was white. Truly white. Soft, leavened. The kind of bread that didn't hurt when you chewed. The kind you could tear without cracking the crust. Beside it, slices of cured meat. Apples cut into quarters. A small jar of honey. And eggs. Eggs. Not boiled hard and grayed. But soft. Golden at the center. Cracked open gently into a cup. Steam rising. Salt waiting beside it in a pinch bowl shaped like a seashell. You stood in the doorway, hands still smelling faintly of soot and iron. And you understood, without words, that you didn't belong in this room. That your place wasn't at that table, but beside the bed. Where the girl lay, pillow stuffed, cheeks flushed, eyes wet with pain. You treated her gently, carefully. You were offered coin afterward. You took it because you needed it. But what you remember most isn't the tooth, or the coin, or even the girl's scream. It's the moment you glanced at that table again, and wondered what it would be like to eat without pain. Not without hunger. Hunger you could handle. But without the fear that every bite would ask something of you that you couldn't afford to give. You wonder how many others feel that same ache. And not in the stomach, but in the mouth. In the jaw. In the soul. A little further from town, in the abbey, the monks eat in silence. Their breakfast is governed by bells and rules older than memory. Oats, mostly. Soaked overnight. Stirred with milk if available, water if not. They eat slowly. Deliberately. Without speaking. Not from solemnity, but from intention. You envy that sometimes. Not the food, but the stillness. The idea that eating could be a sacred act, rather than a necessary one. You've eaten in too many rooms where food was swallowed quickly to stop the pain. Or to numb it. Rarely have you eaten to remember that you're alive. Even more rarely, to give thanks for it. And then, there are the ones who don't eat at all. Not in the mornings. Not easily. You think of the woman with no teeth at all. Gums red and shiny from years of grinding and rot. Her tongue the only soft thing left in a mouth full of empty memories. She drinks broth now. Nothing solid. Not even bread. And yet, she smiles more easily than most. As though losing the pain also freed her from needing the bite. You remember her chuckle when you apologized for not being able to save more of her molars. She waved her hand at you and said, "Less chewing. More room for words." You laughed, quietly. And you believed her. But you still felt like you had failed. Because in your hands, the line between healing and harming is paper thin. And one wrong pull, one rushed decision, and a life becomes broth instead of bread. Class, in this world, is not only measured in coin. It's measured in how people chew. How long they chew. Which side they chew on. Or whether they chew at all. You think of this now, as you pass a group of children on the road. One of them is gnawing on a root. Raw. Earth-stained. But she's smiling. Missing 2 front teeth. Gaps wide as hope. She waves at you. You wave back. And your own tooth pulses in response. Somewhere behind you, someone laughs. Not cruelly. Just, easily. And for a moment, you wonder what it would feel like to laugh mid-bite. To smile without flinching. To eat with no need to calculate where the pain will land. But you shake the thought away. You have work to do. And stomachs to treat that aren't empty, but hurting. Because in this village, everyone eats something. But not everyone eats well. And not everyone eats with dignity. And those differences, they begin at the table, but they don't end there. They reach into how we're seen. How we're touched. How we're spoken to. Even, how we're saved. And the mouth, of all places, holds those truths more tightly than we'd like to admit. But the mouth holds something else too. Something harder to measure. Harder to clean. Harder to repair. Shame. And that, more than hunger or broken teeth, might be the hardest thing of all to pull out. You don't remember the first time your tooth hurt. Not exactly. It's one of those pains that sneaks into your life so slowly it feels like it's always been there. But you do remember the first time someone told you to clean it. He was an old man who smelled like vinegar and wet wool, who walked with a stick and spoke like he had lived too long with not enough people left to talk to. "Ash," he said. "Dip a cloth in ash and rub it along the gum. Pulls the rot out." You didn't question him. People didn't question advice back then. They tried it. You tried it. The cloth was rough, the ash fine, and the taste, like smoke left behind after something important had already burned. You rubbed it into your teeth with the same determination you used to mend your boots, as if enough friction could undo the ache. It didn't help. Not that day. Not any day after. But you kept doing it for a while, because in this world, trying was the only thing more stubborn than the pain itself. Everyone had their own way. You knew a woman who chewed parsley stems every morning, believing that green things could fight black decay. You knew a man who swore by salt, pressed directly onto the gums until he bled. He said it made him feel cleaner, even if it didn't make him better. Some used vinegar, some used wine, some used prayer. You tried all three. Sometimes together. None of them worked. But that wasn't the point. The point was trying. The point was telling yourself you still had agency, still had hands, still had time. That you hadn't fully surrendered to the rot. Not yet. You once met a monk who brushed his teeth with a reed split at the end like a tiny broom, dipped in sage. He did it in silence, after morning prayer, as if asking forgiveness for even needing a mouth at all. You watched him once, through a narrow window, moving with the patience of someone who had long made peace with decay. You envied that, a little. Not the reed. Not the sage. But the stillness. The acceptance. In the village, cleaning teeth was less about hygiene and more about resistance. No one expected white smiles. No one expected fresh breath. People expected blood. Expected swelling. Expected to wake one morning with a face too tight to chew. And when that day came, they didn't ask how to fix it. They asked who could stop it from getting worse. That's where you came in. And often, it was too late. But still, they tried. You remember a boy, maybe 8 years old, who came to you with a piece of linen tied around his jaw, soaked in wine and hope. His mother had told him the sweetness in the wine would calm the demon in his tooth. He believed her. You saw it in his eyes. And you didn't tell him otherwise. You just nodded. Held his chin. And pulled. You've pulled so many teeth now that your hands remember the shape of pain better than they remember prayer. You can't recall every name, but you remember the mouths. The smell. The weight of trust behind clenched jaws. The brief moment before the scream. The silence after. And somewhere in all of it, you remember the ones who still tried to clean. There was a woman, older than the church bell, it seemed, who came to you once just to ask which twig made the best brush. You told her birch, though you weren't sure. She nodded, smiled with 3 teeth, and said, "Then I'll plant one for the others." You think about her sometimes, when the pain in your own jaw grows too familiar. You wonder if she ever planted that tree. If it ever took root. And then there were the people who didn't try. Not because they didn't care. But because trying hurts too. Cleaning a tooth means touching it. Means waking the thing that already lives beneath the gum. And some people would rather let it rot quietly than invite it to scream. You understand that more now. You've had days like that yourself. Last week, you tried again. Not to cure anything. Just to remember what it feels like to believe effort matters. You took a frayed cloth, dipped it in salt and vinegar, and scrubbed gently along your molars. You bled. Not much. Just enough to remind yourself you were still alive. You rinsed with ale afterward, because the water wasn't safe, and the cold stung more than the vinegar did. And when you looked into the cracked bit of tin you keep as a mirror, you didn't see improvement. But you saw someone who hadn't fully surrendered. And for a few hours, that was enough. You pass others in the village who smell faintly of mint, or clove, or sometimes smoke. You nod at them. You don't need to ask. You know they're trying too. You all are. Trying to keep decay at arm's length for one more day. One more meal. One more reason to open your mouth and speak without shame. Because that's what rot really steals from you. Not just comfort. But speech. Laughter. Presence. It makes you smaller. Quieter. It turns joy into risk. And that, more than anything, is what you try to scrub away with every failed rinse, every twig, every cloth soaked in something sharp. The baker's boy walks past you now, chewing on something that crunches. He winces slightly. Swallows hard. Then smiles at you with a smear of honey at the corner of his lip. You nod. He waves. And in that moment, you both understand the price of sweetness. But neither of you speaks it. Because you both know what's coming. 2 houses down, behind the shutter that never quite closes, there's a girl. Young. Curious. She found the jar of honey hidden behind her mother's herbs. She dipped her finger in it last night, twice. Maybe 3 times. It made her grin so wide her gums showed. It made her laugh. And now, this morning, she's quiet. She's holding her cheek. And soon, someone will knock on your door. And it won't be the rot you'll have to pull. It will be the memory of sweetness. Still stuck in her teeth. You remember the honey. Not because it was sweet, though it was, but because of how it stuck to the corners of your mouth. Because of how your fingers stayed tacky for hours. Because of the sound it made as you pulled the spoon from the jar. That slow, golden stretch, that soft snap of air. You remember that more than the taste. Because joy in this world doesn't stay on the tongue, it lingers in the space around it. The honey had been a gift. Not to you, not directly, but to the village. A traveling merchant, passing through on a feast day, had traded it for eggs, wool, and a story he probably wouldn't remember. The jar was shared, passed from hand to hand, from mouth to mouth. And when it came to you, it was nearly empty. But there was enough for 1 spoonful. Maybe 2. You took 1. You left the other. You don't know who got it next. Maybe a child. Maybe someone who needed it more. But for that moment, just that one, you tasted something that wasn't bitter, or sour, or dry. It melted. Warm. Silken. Light. You closed your eyes and let it coat everything inside. For 10 seconds, you forgot about the sharp ache behind your left molar. You forgot the throbbing near your temple. You forgot the rot and the roots and the way every bite of bread made you flinch just slightly. You remembered what it felt like to want to open your mouth, not to scream, not to chew, but to smile. But then the ache came back. Not slowly. Not gently. Like something yanked awake by joy. Like punishment for pleasure. A jolt of pain that shot straight from your jaw into your temple, behind your eye, all the way down your neck. You dropped the spoon. You didn't cry out. You clenched your fists. Your breath caught. Your spine stiffened. And the taste turned. Not bitter. Not rotten. But no longer sweet. That's the thing about joy in this life. It isn't free. It comes with reminders. Reminders that your body is still broken. That your joy has limits. That even something soft, something golden, something that once lived in the sun, can hurt you if it's not meant for you. You picked up the spoon, wiped it clean, set it back in the jar like nothing had happened. You smiled when the next person took it. You didn't warn them. They needed it more than they needed your caution. And besides, maybe their teeth weren't like yours. Maybe the sweetness would be kind to them. Since then, you've noticed how often joy is shaped like risk. A stolen figure, a piece of candied ginger. The first bite of warm bread crust from the miller's wife, who saves the corner for you on cold days. The moment before it touches your tongue, you let yourself hope. You forget. You trust. And then, sometimes, it lands safely. Sometimes the chew doesn't hurt. Sometimes the flavor floods your mouth and nothing bad follows. And sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it cracks something deep. Sometimes it sets off days of pain. Sometimes you lie awake at night regretting nothing more than one mouthful of sweetness. And still, you do it again. Because even if it hurts, at least for a moment, it was good. You treated a boy once, maybe 10 years old, who came to you sobbing. Not from fear. From guilt. His uncle had given him a fig from a market far away. He'd eaten it fast, not knowing it would wake the tooth that had been silent for months. The pain came sharp, sudden, overwhelming. He held his cheek, tears streaking down his neck, and whispered, "I'm sorry." Over and over. "I didn't mean to hurt it. I just wanted to taste it." You knelt beside him, placed your hand over his, and said nothing. Because what do you say to a child who's just learned that joy has a cost? That not everything good is meant for them? You pulled the tooth. It was quick. It came out clean. He didn't scream. And when he opened his mouth to spit blood into the basin, you saw something in his face that wasn't pain anymore. It was grief. Not for the tooth. But for what it had taken from him. There's a woman in the village who laughs with her whole body. She does it often. Too often, some say. They whisper about her behind closed shutters, say she drinks too much, smiles too wide, dances when no music plays. You like her. You've treated her twice. Once for a chipped tooth from a fall during a feast, once for swelling after she chewed on a plum pit. Each time, she smiled through the pain. Said, it was worth it. You believe her. You want to believe her. But part of you wonders if she says it because if she didn't, the pain would feel like punishment instead of consequence. Because there's a difference between accepting the cost of joy, and pretending it didn't hurt. You've had patients who won't eat anymore. Not out of scarcity. Out of fear. Bread too hard. Roots too fibrous. Apples too sharp. They soften everything. Soak it. Boil it. Mash it. Strip it of texture, of resistance, of life. They say it's easier this way. Safer. Less risk. And it is. But they miss the taste. You can see it in their faces when someone else bites into something crunchy nearby. That flicker of longing. That quiet, bitter breath of memory. They say nothing. But their silence tastes like ash. There was a boy with no upper teeth who once asked you what it felt like to bite an apple. You didn't know how to answer. You described the snap, the juiciness, the way the skin resists just slightly before giving way. He nodded. Smiled. Then asked what came after. You said, you chew. He said, what if it hurts? You didn't know how to answer that either. But that's the line we walk, every day. We taste things knowing they might turn. We smile knowing it might crack something. We reach for the sweet, not because we've forgotten the pain, but because, sometimes, it's worth remembering what it was like to feel something other than fear. Even just for a heartbeat. And sometimes, that heartbeat is all we get. You sit now, back at your table, finishing a crust of bread that tastes of nothing. Not because it's bland. But because your mind is elsewhere. On the girl you'll visit this afternoon. The one who found the jar of honey. The one who laughed when she licked the spoon. The one who isn't laughing anymore. She's waiting. You've seen this pain before. The way it starts behind the eye, presses into the cheek, settles in the jaw like a second heartbeat. Her mother will say it's a passing thing. Her father will ask what she ate. But when you see her, when you look into her face, you'll see it. The quiet apology in her eyes. The silent admission, she wanted joy. She took it. And now she's paying. You'll treat her. You'll be gentle. You'll hold her hand if she lets you. You'll tell her it's okay. That she's not alone. That sweetness always asks for something back. And afterward, when she spits the blood and curls against her mother's side, you'll step outside, lift your face to the pale sky, and ask yourself, again, why something so small can feel so heavy. But you'll already know the answer. Because it's not just about the sugar. It's about the fact that even the good things here are lined with splinters. Even the gifts come with conditions. Even the joy hurts. And tomorrow, someone else will find something sweet. A dried fruit. A sip of mead. A soft plum in summer. And they'll smile. And you'll smile too. Because even though you know how it ends, you won't stop them. Because there are worse things than pain. Worse things than cracked teeth and long nights. There's silence. There's numbness. There's forgetting what sweetness even tasted like. And you'd rather treat 100 aching mouths than see one child grow up thinking the world only gives them salt. Which is why, tonight, before the light fades, you'll clean your tools. You'll light the small candle on the corner of your desk. And you'll open your own jar. The one you've saved. The one with just enough honey left for one more taste. You won't take it now. But you'll look at it. You'll remember what it meant. And you'll say, not out loud, but quietly, to the flickering dark. Let the sweetness stay, just long enough for me to make it to morning. Because in the morning, there's something else waiting. Not bread. Not honey. But blood. Because the girl is not the only one. And her pain is not the worst. There's a man 2 villages over. One they fear. One they whisper about. One who hides his rot with a smile. And he's coming soon. He doesn't ask for help. He takes it. And what he carries in his mouth is more than pain. You don't open the door to your clinic the way someone opens a door to welcome a guest. You lean into it, shoulder pressed, not from urgency but from habit. The hinges used to groan like dying men, but now they stay quiet, not because they've been oiled, but because they've given up protesting. They've accepted the rhythm of your days, the soft weight of resignation that settles on everything inside this room. The first breath you take isn't air, it's memory. The scent lives in the walls, old soot, dried blood, wet wool, and a kind of burnt sweetness that comes from candle wax and boiled vinegar. It's not foul. It's just tired. Like something that has witnessed too much and decided not to speak about it anymore. You breathe it in through your nose, through your shirt sleeve, through your skin. You exhale not to empty your lungs, but to prepare your hands. This isn't a place of healing. It's a place where pain pauses. Where agony knocks and asks, not for a cure, but for a quieter kind of suffering. The light comes from one window, and even that is reluctant. The glass is warped, thick in some places and thin in others, like the mouth of a man who's lost too many teeth to time. Sometimes the sun fits through like a knife edge, slicing through the dust in a single sharp beam. Other times it slumps, uninterested, and the whole room becomes gray and brown, like bread left too long in the rain. You've considered patching it. You haven't. Because what light it gives is just enough, and more would feel dishonest. The chair isn't a chair. It has no cushion, no backrest, no pretense. It was a butcher's stool once. There's still a notch on the underside where the cleaver used to hang. You found it years ago, propped against a tavern wall, traded for cider and an empty promise. You reinforced it with nails and rope, and still it wobbles if someone shifts. You warn them not to move, but you don't have to. Pain makes stillness easy. It makes bones obedient. The seat holds their weight and their fear. It absorbs their trembling. You clean it after every patient, not because you think it helps, but because it feels like the right thing to do. The stains don't lift. The wood doesn't forget. There are grooves carved by fingers clenching. Scratches left by boot soles. One blood-dark patch that never fully dried, more memory than mark now. Your tools are lined up along a shelf that used to be a church pew. It was dragged from a burned chapel, and you like to think some small echo of prayer still lingers in the grain. The pliers lie flat, their grip smooth from years of use. The iron chisel rests beside them, sharpened only on one side. The hook, the spike, the slender bone pick, each one lies in its place, silent and waiting. A coil of leather, twisted and stiff, sits in the corner like a sleeping snake. You never throw them into a pile. You never clatter them. You place them gently, not because they're sacred, but because they remember. These aren't instruments. They're witnesses. They have sat in mouths wide with terror. They've split teeth, snapped roots, sliced into infection. They've been soaked in blood and bitten by people whose hands were bound so they wouldn't strike. They are not evil. They are necessary. And that, somehow, makes them worse. You clean them as best you can. Boil them in water, then vinegar, then in your own fear. You scrape off what clings. You whisper over them. You bless them with your silence. But nothing truly cleans a tool once it's felt the inside of someone's mouth. It carries the scream, the blood, the heat of a nerve torn from bone. And yet you lay them out every morning like a priest preparing the altar. Not for precision. For readiness. There is no mirror here. No one wants to see what they look like before it begins. No one wants to see what you look like after it's done. Your hands are steady. Your eyes are calm. But your face has forgotten how to lie. Instead, there's the window. And outside, life happens. Someone chops wood. A goat bleats. A cart passes with wheels that screech like wounded birds. Somewhere, children laugh. And you realize, with some surprise, that it's morning. It's always morning in here. The light never grows. It just tilts. The seasons don't enter this room. Only people do. You light the candle anyway. It's not for visibility, it's for presence. For gravity. The flame dances low and slow, reminding you that this work matters, even if no one thanks you for it. The wax slides down the shaft like time dripping from a wound. You watch it without blinking. You wonder, not for the first time, if time in this room moves differently. Slower. Denser. Like honey left out in the cold. There's a kind of holiness here, but not the comforting kind. Not the kind with hymns and warmth and bread. It's the holiness of inevitability. Of metal meeting bone. Sometimes you sit in the chair. Not because you're tired, but because you want to remember. What it feels like to be helpless. To be the mouth and not the hand. You press your palm into the armrest. You feel the ridges, the panic, the stories left by those who came before. You place your fingers where others placed theirs, clawing for something to hold on to. You close your eyes and breathe through your nose. And you wonder, just for a heartbeat, what it would feel like if someone else picked up the pliers. If you heard them inhale, slow and measured, as they leaned in toward your trembling. You wonder what you'd say. But the thought doesn't stay. You rise before it settles. You dust off your sleeves. You adjust the tray, turn the tools so they face the right direction. This is your room. This is your stillness. This is where you wait. And wait you do. Because in this job, the first cut of pain isn't when the pliers dig in. It's the moment just before the knock. When everything is still perfect. Still clean. Still untouched. The calm before the ruin. You live in that moment longer than most. And then, it's gone. A step. Slow. Then another. Heavy. Then lighter, as if unsure whether to keep approaching. The hallway outside is narrow. It carries sound like a throat carries a scream. You don't move. You just listen. You've heard this before. You know the footstep rhythm of fear. You know the drag of someone trying not to cry. The shuffle of someone already bracing for the worst. They'll pause at the door. Everyone does. And that pause, that heartbeat of silence, is your final breath of peace. You don't cherish it. You just recognize it. Then comes the knock. Not loud. Not frantic. Just, resigned. You wipe your hands on the cloth that always smells faintly of salt and iron. You say nothing. You walk toward the door. And with your fingers on the handle, you take one last breath as a man alone in his silence. Because what walks through the door is never just a patient. It's pain, dressed as a person. You don't open the door to your clinic the way someone opens a door to welcome a guest. You lean into it, shoulder pressed, not from urgency but from habit. The hinges used to groan like dying men, but now they stay quiet, not because they've been oiled, but because they've given up protesting. They've accepted the rhythm of your days, the soft weight of resignation that settles on everything inside this room. The first breath you take isn't air, it's memory. The scent lives in the walls, old soot, dried blood, wet wool, and a kind of burnt sweetness that comes from candle wax and boiled vinegar. It's not foul. It's just tired. Like something that has witnessed too much and decided not to speak about it anymore. You breathe it in through your nose, through your shirt sleeve, through your skin. You exhale not to empty your lungs, but to prepare your hands. This isn't a place of healing. It's a place where pain pauses. Where agony knocks and asks, not for a cure, but for a quieter kind of suffering. The light comes from one window, and even that is reluctant. The glass is warped, thick in some places and thin in others, like the mouth of a man who's lost too many teeth to time. Sometimes the sun fits through like a knife edge, slicing through the dust in a single sharp beam. Other times it slumps, uninterested, and the whole room becomes gray and brown, like bread left too long in the rain. You've considered patching it. You haven't. Because what light it gives is just enough, and more would feel dishonest. The chair isn't a chair. It has no cushion, no backrest, no pretense. It was a butcher's stool once. There's still a notch on the underside where the cleaver used to hang. You found it years ago, propped against a tavern wall, traded for cider and an empty promise. You reinforced it with nails and rope, and still it wobbles if someone shifts. You warn them not to move, but you don't have to. Pain makes stillness easy. It makes bones obedient. The seat holds their weight and their fear. It absorbs their trembling. You clean it after every patient, not because you think it helps, but because it feels like the right thing to do. The stains don't lift. The wood doesn't forget. There are grooves carved by fingers clenching. Scratches left by boot soles. One blood dark patch that never fully dried, more memory than mark now. Your tools are lined up along a shelf that used to be a church pew. It was dragged from a burned chapel, and you like to think some small echo of prayer still lingers in the grain. The pliers lie flat, their grip smooth from years of use. The iron chisel rests beside them, sharpened only on one side. The hook, the spike, the slender bone pick, each one lies in its place, silent and waiting. A coil of leather, twisted and stiff, sits in the corner like a sleeping snake. You never throw them into a pile. You never clatter them. You place them gently, not because they're sacred, but because they remember. These aren't instruments. They're witnesses. They have sat in mouths wide with terror. They've split teeth, snapped roots, sliced into infection. They've been soaked in blood and bitten by people whose hands were bound so they wouldn't strike. They are not evil. They are necessary. And that, somehow, makes them worse. You clean them as best you can. Boil them in water, then vinegar, then in your own fear. You scrape off what clings. You whisper over them. You bless them with your silence. But nothing truly cleans a tool once it's felt the inside of someone's mouth. It carries the scream, the blood, the heat of a nerve torn from bone. And yet you lay them out every morning like a priest preparing the altar. Not for precision. For readiness. There is no mirror here. No one wants to see what they look like before it begins. No one wants to see what you look like after it's done. Your hands are steady. Your eyes are calm. But your face has forgotten how to lie. Instead, there's the window. And outside, life happens. Someone chops wood. A goat bleats. A cart passes with wheels that screech like wounded birds. Somewhere, children laugh. And you realize, with some surprise, that it's morning. It's always morning in here. The light never grows. It just tilts. The seasons don't enter this room. Only people do. You light the candle anyway. It's not for visibility, it's for presence. For gravity. The flame dances low and slow, reminding you that this work matters, even if no one thanks you for it. The wax slides down the shaft like time dripping from a wound. You watch it without blinking. You wonder, not for the first time, if time in this room moves differently. Slower. Denser. Like honey left out in the cold. There's a kind of holiness here, but not the comforting kind. Not the kind with hymns and warmth and bread. It's the holiness of inevitability. Of metal meeting bone. Sometimes you sit in the chair. Not because you're tired, but because you want to remember. What it feels like to be helpless. To be the mouth and not the hand. You press your palm into the armrest. You feel the ridges, the panic, the stories left by those who came before. You place your fingers where others placed theirs, clawing for something to hold on to. You close your eyes and breathe through your nose. And you wonder, just for a heartbeat, what it would feel like if someone else picked up the pliers. If you heard them inhale, slow and measured, as they leaned in toward your trembling. You wonder what you'd say. But the thought doesn't stay. You rise before it settles. You dust off your sleeves. You adjust the tray, turn the tools so they face the right direction. This is your room. This is your stillness. This is where you wait. And wait you do. Because in this job, the first cut of pain isn't when the pliers dig in. It's the moment just before the knock. When everything is still perfect. Still clean. Still untouched. The calm before the ruin. You live in that moment longer than most. And then, it's gone. A step. Slow. Then another. Heavy. Then lighter, as if unsure whether to keep approaching. The hallway outside is narrow. It carries sound like a throat carries a scream. You don't move. You just listen. You've heard this before. You know the footstep rhythm of fear. You know the drag of someone trying not to cry. The shuffle of someone already bracing for the worst. They'll pause at the door. Everyone does. And that pause, that heartbeat of silence, is your final breath of peace. You don't cherish it. You just recognize it. Then comes the knock. Not loud. Not frantic. Just, resigned. You wipe your hands on the cloth that always smells faintly of salt and iron. You say nothing. You walk toward the door. And with your fingers on the handle, you take one last breath as a man alone in his silence. Because what walks through the door is never just a patient. It's pain, dressed as a person. And this time, it's limping. You don't open the door to your clinic the way someone opens a door to welcome a guest. You lean into it, shoulder pressed, not from urgency but from habit. The hinges used to groan like dying men, but now they stay quiet, not because they've been oiled, but because they've given up protesting. They've accepted the rhythm of your days, the soft weight of resignation that settles on everything inside this room. The first breath you take isn't air, it's memory. The scent lives in the walls, old soot, dried blood, wet wool, and a kind of burnt sweetness that comes from candle wax and boiled vinegar. It's not foul. It's just tired. Like something that has witnessed too much and decided not to speak about it anymore. You breathe it in through your nose, through your shirt sleeve, through your skin. You exhale not to empty your lungs, but to prepare your hands. This isn't a place of healing. It's a place where pain pauses. Where agony knocks and asks, not for a cure, but for a quieter kind of suffering. The light comes from one window, and even that is reluctant. The glass is warped, thick in some places and thin in others, like the mouth of a man who's lost too many teeth to time. Sometimes the sun fits through like a knife edge, slicing through the dust in a single sharp beam. Other times it slumps, uninterested, and the whole room becomes gray and brown, like bread left too long in the rain. You've considered patching it. You haven't. Because what light it gives is just enough, and more would feel dishonest. The chair isn't a chair. It has no cushion, no backrest, no pretense. It was a butcher's stool once. There's still a notch on the underside where the cleaver used to hang. You found it years ago, propped against a tavern wall, traded for cider and an empty promise. You reinforced it with nails and rope, and still it wobbles if someone shifts. You warn them not to move, but you don't have to. Pain makes stillness easy. It makes bones obedient. The seat holds their weight and their fear. It absorbs their trembling. You clean it after every patient, not because you think it helps, but because it feels like the right thing to do. The stains don't lift. The wood doesn't forget. There are grooves carved by fingers clenching. Scratches left by boot soles. One blood-dark patch that never fully dried, more memory than mark now. Your tools are lined up along a shelf that used to be a church pew. It was dragged from a burned chapel, and you like to think some small echo of prayer still lingers in the grain. The pliers lie flat, their grip smooth from years of use. The iron chisel rests beside them, sharpened only on one side. The hook, the spike, the slender bone pick, each one lies in its place, silent and waiting. A coil of leather, twisted and stiff, sits in the corner like a sleeping snake. You never throw them into a pile. You never clatter them. You place them gently, not because they're sacred, but because they remember. These aren't instruments. They're witnesses. They have sat in mouths wide with terror. They've split teeth, snapped roots, sliced into infection. They've been soaked in blood and bitten by people whose hands were bound so they wouldn't strike. They are not evil. They are necessary. And that, somehow, makes them worse. You clean them as best you can. Boil them in water, then vinegar, then in your own fear. You scrape off what clings. You whisper over them. You bless them with your silence. But nothing truly cleans a tool once it's felt the inside of someone's mouth. It carries the scream, the blood, the heat of a nerve torn from bone. And yet you lay them out every morning like a priest preparing the altar. Not for precision. For readiness. There is no mirror here. No one wants to see what they look like before it begins. No one wants to see what you look like after it's done. Your hands are steady. Your eyes are calm. But your face has forgotten how to lie. Instead, there's the window. And outside, life happens. Someone chops wood. A goat bleats. A cart passes with wheels that screech like wounded birds. Somewhere, children laugh. And you realize, with some surprise, that it's morning. It's always morning in here. The light never grows. It just tilts. The seasons don't enter this room. Only people do. You light the candle anyway. It's not for visibility, it's for presence. For gravity. The flame dances low and slow, reminding you that this work matters, even if no one thanks you for it. The wax slides down the shaft like time dripping from a wound. You watch it without blinking. You wonder, not for the first time, if time in this room moves differently. Slower. Denser. Like honey left out in the cold. There's a kind of holiness here, but not the comforting kind. Not the kind with hymns and warmth and bread. It's the holiness of inevitability. Of metal meeting bone. Sometimes you sit in the chair. Not because you're tired, but because you want to remember. What it feels like to be helpless. To be the mouth and not the hand. You press your palm into the armrest. You feel the ridges, the panic, the stories left by those who came before. You place your fingers where others placed theirs, clawing for something to hold on to. You close your eyes and breathe through your nose. And you wonder, just for a heartbeat, what it would feel like if someone else picked up the pliers. If you heard them inhale, slow and measured, as they leaned in toward your trembling. You wonder what you'd say. But the thought doesn't stay. You rise before it settles. You dust off your sleeves. You adjust the tray, turn the tools so they face the right direction. This is your room. This is your stillness. This is where you wait. And wait you do. Because in this job, the first cut of pain isn't when the pliers dig in. It's the moment just before the knock. When everything is still perfect. Still clean. Still untouched. The calm before the ruin. You live in that moment longer than most. And then, it's gone. A step. Slow. Then another. Heavy. Then lighter, as if unsure whether to keep approaching. The hallway outside is narrow. It carries sound like a throat carries a scream. You don't move. You just listen. You've heard this before. You know the footstep rhythm of fear. You know the drag of someone trying not to cry. The shuffle of someone already bracing for the worst. They'll pause at the door. Everyone does. And that pause, that heartbeat of silence, is your final breath of peace. You don't cherish it. You just recognize it. Then comes the knock. Not loud. Not frantic. Just, resigned. You wipe your hands on the cloth that always smells faintly of salt and iron. You say nothing. You walk toward the door. And with your fingers on the handle, you take one last breath as a man alone in his silence. Because what walks through the door is never just a patient. It's pain, dressed as a person. And this time, it's limping. And when they sit, they don't speak of nerves or gums or molars. They speak of worms. Invisible creatures, they say, that live inside the teeth. That wiggle when the moon is full. That bite harder with certain foods. You listen, not because you believe, but because belief is its own kind of pain. And there are so many kinds. Boiled onion poultices. Crushed mint packed into bleeding holes. Fox bile dripped from a pewter spoon. A mother's breath blown 3 times into the mouth of a child while reciting psalms. You've heard them all. You've seen the desperate. The hopeful. The faithful. All sitting on your wobbling stool, with mouths ruined by things far crueler than ignorance. And still, they hope. Still, they ask you to explain. And sometimes, you do. Gently. With your hands folded. You tell them the truth is not a worm but a rot. Not a curse but a crack. But even that doesn't hurt as much as the lie they've carried since childhood. That pain always means punishment. That suffering is something earned. You don't argue. You just rinse your hands again. Because what comes next will not be solved by herbs or charms. It will be solved by pressure. By leverage. By the sharp tug that silences myths. And makes room for what's real. And what's real, is about to bleed. You don't look up when the knock comes. You never do. There's something sacred about that first pause, the breath you take before pain enters the room. It's the 1 second in the day when everything is still. No tools in motion. No eyes staring back at you in desperation. No blood. Just a wooden floor, a tilted window, a cold chair, and your breath. Yours alone. Then the door creaks open. Not wide. Just enough to let in the shape of someone who doesn't want to be there. You don't rush them. They need this silence more than they need your hands right now. The boy is no more than 17, but his eyes carry more winters than your ledger has names. One hand covers his jaw, the other hangs limp by his side like it forgot how to be useful. His clothes are too big, but not in the way that suggests poverty. In the way that suggests shrinking. As if the pain hollowed him out from the inside, and the fabric remained while the boy inside retreated. He stands at the threshold for too long. That, too, is a kind of prayer. A final chance to turn around. To pretend the hurt is something sleep might cure. You offer no words. Just a tilt of the head. Permission. And in he steps, like a man wading into cold water he's crossed before. The door closes behind him with the same sound a tooth makes when it splits under pressure, quiet, but final. You motion toward the stool, and he nods like he's obeying not you, but gravity. The closer he gets, the more his face shifts. His pain is not recent. It's an old companion, one that's been growing louder each day. His lips are cracked. His breath trembles before it leaves him. But it's the way he doesn't cry that tells you everything. The worst pain doesn't beg. It endures. He sits with effort. His legs remember strength, but only barely. The stool creaks beneath him, not from his weight, but from the stories already buried in its wood. You reach for the leather strap. He takes it before you offer. Presses it between his teeth. He's seen this before. On others. Or maybe in a reflection he can't forget. How long, you ask, just to fill the air with something other than silence. 2 weeks, he says. Then 3 more. I lost count. He opens his mouth. You lean in, candle held to the side, casting golden light against the decay. It's worse than expected. The molar isn't just cracked, it's dying. The gum around it swollen, white at the edge where pus meets flesh. And above it, a shadow on the root line. You've seen that before. Bone infection. It doesn't just steal comfort, it steals lives. You nod. That's all. Because anything more would sound cruel. I'll be fast, you say. He doesn't flinch. That's not bravery. That's surrender. You take the chisel. Not because it's the best tool. Because it's the only one the bone will answer to. He grips the stool's edge like it's an anchor in a storm. You place one hand on his shoulder. One on his jaw. And with the breath of someone who's done this too many times to count, you press. The sound is sickening. A crack, followed by a wet release. His body stiffens, but he doesn't scream. Just groans. Somewhere deep. Like a haunted house giving up a secret. The tooth gives way in 3 pieces. You collect them like fallen stones. Each one hot. Pulsing with the last traces of life it held. The blood is quick. Not violent. Just determined. You press cloth to it. He sways slightly. But he doesn't fall. When you pull the cloth back, the blood has already slowed. You clean it carefully. Not because it matters. But because it feels like an apology. He doesn't speak when you finish. He just leans forward, hands on his knees, eyes closed. His breath is ragged, but steady. Pain is retreating now, shuffling off like a beast that had its fill. He stands. Slower than he sat. But taller. Straighter. He turns to leave, but pauses at the door. My sister, he says. She's worse. I told her to come. You nod again. And he's gone. You don't follow. You just stand in the same room, with the same tools, now stained again. The bowl holds what's left of him, the tooth, cracked in three. A broken crown. A piece of root. A memory. You pour a bit of water over them, just enough to cool what's still warm. You don't watch the bowl. You watch the doorway. Because you know what pain looks like when it walks in with a hand over its mouth. But there's another kind that enters quiet. Without swelling. Without fever. Without blood. Some pain walks on 2 feet and smiles. And that kind, well. That's the one you never really pull out. It stays. And you can feel it, now, just beyond the door. Waiting. Not to be healed. But to be known. You don't start with the pain. You start with the tools. Always the tools. Before the cries, before the sweat, before the teeth come loose in your grip, you lay them out in the same order, like a ritual too ancient to question. One by one. Not because you need to, you know them by feel, by weight, by instinct, but because the laying out is the last quiet thing you do. There is something reverent in it, almost sacred. As if the pain that follows will be less cruel if the steel is honored. The first is the iron plier. Blackened from years of fire, warped ever so slightly at the hinge, it no longer closes perfectly, which means it always bruises more than it pulls. The ends are not fine, not delicate. They are the jaws of a thing meant to crush, not coax. You have cleaned it, but iron remembers. And it remembers everything. Next is the wedge, a piece of old oak, splintered at one edge, smoothed by countless palms. You use it when a mouth clenches too hard, or when a jaw must be held open for longer than mercy would allow. It tastes of blood, though it has not tasted wine in decades. Then the chisel, narrow, sharp, unapologetic. It's not meant for elegance. It's meant to find the softest place in hard bone and say, here. Here is where you give. And they always do. You place the hook last. You don't like to look at it. You don't even like to use it. But some teeth will not leave without being asked twice. And sometimes you must go digging into the gum, where the nerves hide like frightened animals. It is not the tool that hurts them the most. It's the silence you keep while using it. Because what can you say? You didn't make the rules. You just learned to survive them. There are other things on the table, too. Twine. A small hammer. Cloth, damp from the morning's cleaning. A basin for catching what the mouth will not keep. And beneath it all, the board, dark wood, scored with so many grooves that it could tell the history of your village by touch alone. You once counted the notches during a storm. You stopped at 276. Not because you finished. But because your hand began to shake. The tools are ready. You look at them now and feel nothing. That used to frighten you. The first time you picked up the chisel, your palms sweated through the linen wrap. The first time you pulled a tooth, your stomach turned so hard you had to run outside and retch behind the well. That was 15 winters ago. Now you only blink. And the work begins. You've learned not to give them names. The tools, you mean. Patience too, but tools especially. Because once you name something, you see it differently. You soften to it. And these instruments, they do not deserve softness. You reach for the pliers. Feel the chill of it seep into your skin. You've forgotten what warmth feels like unless it's blood. The fireplace in the corner is for the illusion of comfort. It doesn't warm the air, it only flickers light across the faces of those who sit in your chair. Sometimes, you think the flames make them look like ghosts before their time. Once, a child asked you if the hook was for fishing. You smiled and said yes. Because in a way, it is. You cast it into the dark, and pull out something you'd rather not see. It's strange, how every tool has a twin in life. The wedge could be a doorstop. The plier, a blacksmith's clamp. The chisel, a carpenter's whisper. But in your hands, they are none of those things. They are what stands between a scream and a fever. Between rot and rest. You sharpen them weakly. Not because they dull, no, they bite clean. But because the sharpening is the only part that feels like care. Like apology. You run the stone down the blade in long strokes, listening to the song it sings. A high, dry sound. The kind a throat makes when there's nothing left to say. You have learned not to hate the tools. You have learned to accept them the way you might accept a winter that never ends. You can't change the season. You can only prepare the firewood. And when you hold them, these awful, honest instruments, you do not feel cruel. You feel necessary. You've seen men cry before the tools even touch them. You've seen women close their eyes and whisper prayers into the cold air. You do not interrupt. You do not comfort. You simply wait until they are ready. Or until they run. And yes, some do run. And when they do, you pack away the tools in silence. Not with frustration. Not with relief. Just the quiet understanding that pain denied is pain delayed. It will return. And it will come back meaner. Sometimes you wonder what it says about a place, a world, where someone like you is needed. Not as healer. Not as helper. But as extractor. You do not mend. You remove. And still, they come. Because even the most broken souls will crawl toward the one person who can take something away. Even if that something is a part of themselves. Today, the air feels still. As if the tools themselves are holding their breath. You clean them once more, just to pass the time. The chisel catches the light. The wedge smells faintly of smoke. And the pliers, well, they're hungry again. You do not fear them. Not anymore. You only wonder which one you'll need first. And that's when you hear it. The door creaks. A shadow steps through. And just behind them, barely visible in the flicker of firelight, you see the outline of the one who follows. Not in pain. Not yet. But holding something in their hand, something wrapped in cloth. Something that doesn't belong to them. You can tell before they even sit that it will be the molar. It's always the molar. The one tucked furthest back, hidden behind better teeth, good intentions, and years of pretending nothing hurts. It's the tooth that chews the hardest, swallows the worst, carries the weight. And one day, it gives. But it doesn't go quietly. She's old, but not frail. Thin, but not hollow. Her steps are slow, but each one lands like she still remembers when the world bowed to her stride. Her scarf is wound tight, more for dignity than warmth. You don't ask her name. She doesn't offer it. She takes the chair like she's done this before. Maybe not here. Maybe not with you. But somewhere, sometime. This isn't her first fight. You clean your hands with a cloth that smells faintly of vinegar and iron. She watches your movements, not your face. You can feel it, the calculation behind her silence. She is wondering how long it will take. How bad it will be. How much of her will leave this room along with that tooth. You lean in. The fire flickers. The tools are already out. The chisel glints. The wedge waits. And the pliers, they're the only thing in the room that never doubts what it is. You speak, finally, not because she needs comfort, but because pain listens better when you ask for permission. Left or right? She tilts her head. Opens her mouth just wide enough for the truth to peek through. It's swollen. The gum around the last molar is inflamed, red like a warning, white like rot. You've seen worse. But not by much. You nod, barely. Then you reach for the cloth. Bite down, you say. She doesn't hesitate. That, more than anything, tells you she's lived through things no one wrote down. You take the wedge. Slide it between the front teeth. Gently. It holds the mouth open with all the grace of a doorstop. But it works. That's all you ever ask. You don't count to 3. That's a luxury for the modern world. You don't distract with stories. You don't say, "This won't hurt." Because it will. And she knows it. And so do you. The pliers go in like a prayer no one wants to say out loud. You feel the tooth with your thumb first. Test the give. A little movement. That's good. You adjust the angle. Anchor your hand against her jaw. The trick is pressure, not speed. Steady. Relentless. You twist gently first. A slow test. Then a pull. Just one. And the body responds. She jerks, but only slightly. Her eyes stay open. You keep going. Twist. Pull. Adjust. Pressure. And then, there's that moment. The one you've come to recognize like the beat between heart and breath. The molar shifts. Not out, not yet. But it speaks. It loosens its grip on the body it betrayed. You dig deeper, curling the metal around its root. And this time, when you pull, it comes. Not all at once. Not clean. But enough. The crack is loud. Not like thunder. More like bones snapping under snow. She doesn't scream. She exhales. And that sound, half sob, half surrender, stays with you long after the room is quiet again. You drop the tooth into the basin. It makes a dull, wet sound. Like a stone falling into old soup. You clean the site gently. Not because it matters. The infection will decide the ending. But it feels human. To wipe the blood. To press cloth against what's left. To hold her jaw with both hands and say, with your silence, you made it. She opens her eyes. Meets yours. For a moment, neither of you speaks. Then she does. Just one sentence. It was my wedding tooth. You don't ask what she means. You don't need to. Some teeth aren't just for chewing. They're for memory. For ceremony. For the first meal as a wife, the first stew stirred for someone else. The molar she just lost carried more than rot. It carried time. You nod once. She stands slower now. But taller. Her hands tremble, so you offer none. Pride is a fragile bone. And then, as she steps toward the door, she glances back, not at you. But at the tools. All of them. Still out. Still ready. The one after me, she says, her voice cracking like old timber, he'll need more than your pliers. And then she's gone. And now, you wait. Because you know who's next. And this next one, doesn't have just a tooth to lose. They say tools have no memory. That iron does not grieve, that oak does not ache, that steel does not flinch. But you've sharpened these blades too many times to believe that. You've held them in your palm while blood cooled across the floor. You've watched their shadows stretch long after the pain had stopped. You've seen what they do to people, and what people become while holding them. And if you listen long enough, you'd swear they whisper when no one else is around. But maybe that's just you. There is no scream that lingers longer than the one that was never let out. No tears more haunting than the ones blinked back while teeth are being cracked loose from the skull. You know this. You know it too well. Because you've been in this room longer than the dust that settles between the floorboards. And the tools, these blunt, patient companions, they have been with you every step of the way. It wasn't always this quiet. Not at first. In your early days, you talked. Not much, but enough. You'd say things like, "You're doing well," or "It'll be over soon," or "I need you to stay still." Not lies, exactly, just hopeful echoes in a room built for pain. But hope has a way of wearing thin when the screams don't stop. When someone bites down on the wedge hard enough to chip their own teeth. When the cloth isn't enough to soak the blood. When the prayer fails. Eventually, you stop talking. So did the patients. Because somewhere along the way, they all seemed to realize the same thing you did. This wasn't medicine. It was endurance. This wasn't care. It was survival. And survival, as it turns out, doesn't need many words. But that doesn't mean it doesn't need kindness. There was a boy, once. Younger than most. No beard, no stubble, no scars. Just wide eyes and a jaw that trembled before he even sat down. His father sent him. Said the boy had been complaining of pain in his upper teeth for weeks. Said it was making him weak. Said he was becoming useless. You remember the way the boy flinched when you lifted the pliers, not even touching him yet. Just the sight was enough. You paused. Held the tool in your lap. Then you asked something you hadn't asked in years. Want me to wait a moment? And the boy, he nodded. So you did. You let the fire crackle. Let the wind push against the old wooden window. Let the silence stretch until it was just long enough to be comforting, not cruel. Then, after what felt like an hour but was really only a minute, he opened his mouth. And you began. And yes, he cried. But quietly. A kind of shaking that starts in the chest and leaks out through the eyes. And when it was over, and the tooth was in the basin, and the blood was wiped, he sat there, breathing, holding the arms of the chair like they might lift him out of his own skin. And then, only then, did he speak. You didn't yell. You remember blinking, confused. Why would I? He shrugged. My father said, you had to be yelled at to be still. You put the tools down. Carefully. One by one. Then you reached into the basin. Picked out the tooth. Cleaned it with a strip of cloth. Wrapped it like something precious. And handed it to him. For you, you said. He didn't smile. But he nodded. And left. You never saw him again. But you think of him often. Because even though he didn't scream, he still cried. And that's when you began to understand, tools don't cry. But people do. Even the strong ones. Especially the strong ones. And yet, not all crying looks the same. There was a woman who sang during the entire procedure. Not a hymn. Not a lullaby. Just a song of her own making. Nonsense, almost. But the rhythm steadied her breath. And in some strange way, it steadied your hands too. When it was done, she laughed. Not because she was happy. But because it hurt so much that laughing was the only thing that didn't make it worse. And there was the man who didn't make a sound. Not one. But when it was over, he leaned forward, rested his forehead against yours, and stayed like that for a full 10 breaths. Then stood. And left. Not a word. Not a glance back. But you still remember the heat of his skin. The weight of unspoken gratitude pressed against your brow. Pain reveals things. Sometimes too much. And the tools, no matter how brutal, are only the beginning. They don't carry shame. They don't carry fear. But they cause both. And in doing so, they make you the keeper of more than just bones and blood. They make you the witness. You've seen tears fall into your basin. Seen lips bitten until they bled. Seen fingernails dig trenches into the arms of the chair. And once, a man kissed your hand after you pulled his tooth. Not out of romance. Not out of joy. But out of something older, deeper. A wordless thank you. A gesture to say, you hurt me, but you stayed with me while I broke. And that, perhaps, is the part no one writes down. The part that no one sings about. That in a time where pain was currency, and silence was survival, the smallest act of gentleness became a kind of salvation. You wipe down the tools after every patient. Not because they demand it, but because you owe them that. They've done what you asked. And the least you can do is cleanse the memory of what they had to endure. You sharpen the blades not out of violence, but respect. You place the pliers back in their cradle like a father laying a child to rest. Because even if the tools don't cry, you do. Not with tears, but with ritual. With care. With stillness. And when no one is watching, you sometimes speak to them. Just a few words. A murmur. A whisper. Let me do this right. And maybe, just maybe, they listen. But not today. Today, you're already cleaning the cloths when the next one arrives. You look up, and freeze. Because standing in your doorway, is a man with the look of someone who hasn't cried in years. But is about to. He doesn't speak when he enters. He just stands there, at the edge of the firelight, one foot inside your world, one still rooted in whatever he's fled from. His face is hard. Not in anger. In defense. The kind of hardness that comes from building walls so high you can't remember what you were keeping out, or in. You've seen men like him. But not often. He steps forward. The wood creaks beneath his boots. The sound is too loud for a room like this. He removes his coat, folds it once, and places it gently on the bench beside him. There is care in his fingers. You notice that. And when he finally looks at you, it's not with fear. It's with surrender. You say nothing. Only gesture to the chair. He sits. And for a moment, it is quiet. Then, with no ceremony at all, he opens his mouth. Not wide, not forced. Just enough for you to see. The front teeth are whole. But as you tilt the oil lamp forward, the damage reveals itself like a tide pulling back to show wreckage on the shore. The molars are broken. Not cracked, shattered. Two are worn down to the gum. One is black. The smell hits you second. Not foul. Not rotting. But old. Like wood that's been soaked through and dried again. Like something that once hurt but has long since gone numb. You take a breath through your nose and set the lamp aside. This is not a fresh wound. This is years. You lift your tools one by one. You let him watch. And when you reach for the cloth, he stops you with a single word. No. Your hand pauses in the air. He looks at you again. His eyes don't tremble. But they're full of something harder to name. Don't numb it. I need to feel it. You nod once. Not because you understand, but because you respect the decision. There are people who come to you to escape the pain. And then there are those who come to find it again. You begin. Not fast. Not slow. Just steady. The first tooth resists. It always does. You work the pliers gently beneath the gum. The grip is thin. The bone barely holding on. It crumbles more than it pulls. You shift the angle. Adjust. Anchor. There is a sound, a faint, wet crack, and the top half of the tooth lifts free. He doesn't move. Not even a flinch. You retrieve the hook for the root. It slides in like a memory he thought he buried. You feel the resistance. The way nerves pulse against metal. The moment before the collapse. You press deeper. And then, release. You withdraw the tool. The root follows. He exhales once. It's not relief. It's something else. You wipe the blood gently. Prepare for the next. 3 more follow. Each one more stubborn. Each one a battle fought not just in the jaw, but in the chest. He takes them all without sound. But you see it. In the fists. In the way his boots push into the floorboard. In the tremble at the corner of his eye, not quite a tear, but a beginning. When it's done, you place the last tooth in the basin. He doesn't move. Just sits there. Breathing through clenched fists. And then, he speaks. They weren't bad. My teeth, I mean. Once. You don't answer. But you don't look away. He continues. I used to smile a lot. My mother said I had good teeth. Said I got them from her side. Strong. White. His voice is steady. But the air around it feels fragile. I stopped brushing after she died. Stopped eating right. Drank too much. Said too little. Bit my own tongue more times than I could count just to keep from speaking. You remain silent. Not out of coldness. But because the story is speaking louder than either of you. She always said teeth tell the truth. Said you could look at someone's mouth and know what kind of life they've lived. He looks up. And I think she was right. You don't say it. But you agree. Because in this line of work, you learn quickly, teeth don't lie. They carry every skipped meal. Every clenched jaw. Every time someone held back words that should have been said, or chewed bitterness until it became familiar. They carry love. Rage. Silence. Shame. This man, he didn't come here for extraction. He came to bury a story. And you helped. He stands, finally. A little unsteady. You offer him a cloth for the bleeding. He takes it. Holds it like a relic. Then, unexpectedly, he reaches into his pocket. Takes out something wrapped in fabric. Unfolds it. Inside are 2 teeth. Worn. Yellowed. Whole. I kept these, he says. My brother's. From years ago. He died before he could fix them. Said he'd do it next year. He places them on your table. Keep them, he says. And just like that, he walks away. And you are left with a basin full of blood. A cloth stained with stories. And 2 teeth that were never yours to hold. But now they are. And they will sit beside your tools, night after night, as a reminder. That it was never just the teeth. It was the truth behind them. And sometimes, when the fire dies down and the last shadow leaves your door, you swear. You can still hear the stories echo in the roots. And just as you think the day is done, you hear another knock. But this time, it's a child. You wouldn't have known he was coming unless you were already listening. Not the kind of listening people do when they're waiting for something. The kind of listening that hears the difference between the hush of wind under the door and the way it changes when footsteps are coming, slow, careful, almost apologetic footsteps. There are no greetings when he enters. No words wasted on formality. Just the sound of worn leather brushing the stone floor, the whisper of a body shaped by labor, moving without the grace of leisure or the defiance of pride. He smells of wet wool and smoke and something older, something that clings to people who live with the land until the land lives on them, soil soaked into skin, hay lodged into threadbare seams, fatigue worn like a second coat. He doesn't remove his hat. Doesn't need to. The posture says enough, shoulders like stones that have been carrying weight since childhood, hands like bark with fingers that twitch even at rest, as if they've forgotten how to be still. His eyes don't search the room. They know what they'll find. Pain doesn't surprise him anymore. What surprises him, what unnerves him, is mercy, or even the suggestion of it. You gesture to the chair. He obeys. Not because of you, but because he's learned that sitting when told to is sometimes the only thing left to control. The chair groans beneath him. Not from his weight, but from his weariness. There's a kind of heaviness in men like him that no scale could measure. You wait. You always do. It's a ritual now, silence first, then the mouth, then the wound. He doesn't speak. Just tilts his head back and opens wide enough for you to see a story written in enamel and blood. One tooth is gone, violently, you suspect, perhaps a drunken accident or a fall with no time to mend. Another hangs on like a secret someone's too ashamed to admit. Black at the root. Swollen at the base. Pus has gathered, quiet and furious. You know the pain must be constant. But he shows no sign. His body is a monument to endurance. You prepare the tool. Iron warmed by the fire, not to ease the pain, but to soften the illusion that it was ever going to be clean. He doesn't flinch. He doesn't even blink when the pliers touch the gum. You wonder, in that moment, if he's even still inside himself. Or if he's gone somewhere else, the way people sometimes do, somewhere deep, silent, older than pain. The tooth resists. Of course it does. This man's life has taught him nothing comes free. Not even relief. You push. The gum tears. Blood wells and spills. Still, no sound. But his hands curl into the edge of the chair. The nails bite into wood. That's how you know it hurts. The tooth cracks. You shift the angle. Steady now. Gentle, but firm. You coax it loose like a memory being unearthed. Finally, it comes. Not with a cry. Not with a gasp. But with the same silence he carried in. You hold it up, not for show, but because you always do. Like a priest lifting sacrament, though this altar reeks of sweat and blood. He doesn't look at it. Just closes his mouth slowly, as if afraid something else might fall out. You clean the corner of his lip. He doesn't resist. That, too, is new. Touch that doesn't demand or take, just tends. And that alone feels like a kindness his body isn't used to. He stands before you can speak. Reaches into his coat. For a second, you think he'll offer coin. But no, he pulls out a cloth-wrapped turnip, lays it on the table beside the bloody basin. For your fire, he mutters. And that's it. That's his offering. And somehow, it feels heavier than gold. As he turns, you finally ask, how long has it been hurting? He pauses, hand on the doorframe. Doesn't turn. Doesn't need to. His answer is almost too soft to hear, since before I knew it had a name. And then he's gone. Back into the world where screams have no place. Where mouths open only to bite the next burden. You stare at the tooth for a moment longer. It's not just a tooth. It's everything he couldn't say. Everything he had to swallow. Everything he lost just to keep going. You drop it into the basin. The sound it makes is quieter than a sigh. But it echoes. And then, you hear it. A different sound. Soft, deliberate. Silk brushing wood. A scent that doesn't belong to this room, lavender and something sour beneath it. The door opens again. And this time, she doesn't wait for you to invite her in. Because she's always been invited. Until now. She does not knock. Of course not. The door opens as if it's never dared to close in front of her. She doesn't belong here. Not in this room, not in this air thick with iron and vinegar, not with her fingers wrapped around perfume-soaked gloves and her chin tilted like she still expects people to rise when she enters. Her gown touches the floor too lightly to leave tracks, but you can still smell where she's been. Lavender. Camphor. Something cloying underneath it all, like wilted roses pressed too long between pages no one reads anymore. She doesn't look at you right away. Her eyes are busy judging the chair. The tools. The low beams. The dust. Everything beneath her, even the pain that brought her here. When she finally meets your gaze, it is not an invitation. It's a test. One you pass by not flinching. You don't ask her what's wrong. She would never answer directly. That's not how this kind of woman speaks. So you say nothing and point to the chair. She sits, and the fabric of her dress sighs like it's being forced to remember simpler days. Her back is impossibly straight. Her hands rest in her lap, folded like she's posing for a portrait. She opens her mouth, not wide, just enough, and there it is. Hidden behind pearl-white teeth that were once praised in song, the decay clings to her molar like shame she never confessed. It's not the worst you've seen. But something about it feels worse. Because this is not a woman used to things falling apart. At least, not things she cannot replace. You ask how long it's hurt. She answers by talking about her mirror. I stopped looking in it 2 winters ago, she says. Her voice is thin, elegant, strained. Not because I disliked what I saw, but because I started believing it. She smiles at her own cruelty. To herself. He said I was still beautiful, but I could tell when he stopped meaning it. You nod as if the story has anything to do with her tooth. But it does. Because this room is the only place where pain doesn't have to wear lace. You pick up the tool. She watches you like a hawk with a broken wing, dignity hovering just above panic. When the metal touches her gum, she doesn't flinch. That's the kind of strength she was trained in. Endure. Appear. Maintain. But when the pressure deepens, her fingers tighten around the chair. Silk meets wood. Wealth meets splinters. The tooth shifts. Blood rises. She doesn't cry out, but her eyes close, tight enough to wrinkle the powder on her cheeks. You press gently, working the root loose. And in that moment, you wonder if she's imagining something else entirely. A ballroom. A garden. A version of herself that didn't have to come here. The tooth finally lets go. It slips free, clean enough to surprise you both. She exhales slowly. Then reaches up to dab her lips with a monogrammed handkerchief already stained with rouge. When you hand her the tooth, she takes it like it's a jewel she's about to throw into the sea. Burn it, she says. Not because she's afraid of what it carries, but because she cannot allow it to exist in the same world as her memory. You nod. She stands, too fast. The blood rushes to her face and then away again, leaving her pale. But she catches herself. Adjusts her shawl. And then, with the faintest trace of embarrassment, she lingers. Does it get easier, she asks. The being forgotten. You want to tell her she hasn't been forgotten. Not yet. But you don't lie in this room. You only extract. So instead, you say, some days, it aches less. She nods. Not because that was the answer she wanted, but because it was the answer she already knew. She leaves without looking back. The smell of lavender fades, replaced by iron and ash and the faintest echo of something that once called itself grace. And before you can return to cleaning, the door creaks again. This time, the figure is half her size, twice as brave, and trying very hard not to look scared. He doesn't step in right away. He stands at the threshold like someone who's heard too many stories and only believes the worst parts. His fingers are clenched, not into fists, but into the sleeves of his tunic, pulled over trembling hands like they could shield him from what's waiting. His hair is uneven, chopped in haste by someone who meant well. There's a faint streak of ash on his cheek, like he ran through someone's chimney smoke and didn't bother to wipe it away. He's not alone, at least not completely. You sense the presence of a mother just outside the door, whispering things like, "You'll be fine," and "Be brave for me," not because she believes them, but because it's what mothers say when they have no power left to give. He takes one step forward. Then another. And you see the battle playing out on his face, between everything he's heard and everything he wants to be. He's trying to be brave. Not for himself, but for someone else. For the little sister who cried when he didn't. For the father who didn't flinch when he broke his arm. For the voice inside him that says pain makes you a man, even if you're only 9 years old. You kneel so your eyes are level. He doesn't like that. It makes the room feel smaller. Makes it harder to pretend he's bigger than he is. But you know what you're doing. You've seen the armor boys wear when they come here. It's made of pride stitched with fear. And if you're not careful, your words can tear it. So you don't speak. You just gesture toward the stool. He hesitates, then climbs onto it the way people climb into boats they're not sure will float. He sits upright, stiff, the way children do when they've been told they'll be rewarded for good behavior. You don't reach for the tools yet. You ask his name. He answers too quickly. As if saying it fast might make the pain arrive faster, too, get it over with. You nod, repeat his name gently. It softens him. He glances at your hands. At the basin. At the tongs. His lip twitches, not from pain, but from trying to keep it all inside. He opens his mouth, not because he's ready, but because he's more afraid of disappointing you than of what's coming. The tooth is loose already. Hanging by threads of gum like a page half torn from a book. It will come free easily. But he doesn't know that. What he knows is the taste of metal, the sound of older boys screaming, the way his mother looked away when she pointed to this place and told him to go. You press lightly. His whole body tenses. But he doesn't move. You tell him it'll be quick. He nods. You pull. The tooth slips free, silent, like a secret he didn't want to share. He gasps. Not in pain, but in surprise. It didn't hurt like he thought it would. That scares him more. Because if this wasn't as bad as he feared, what else isn't? You show him the tooth. He doesn't reach for it. He looks at it like it betrayed him. Like it had no right to come out so easily after all that worry. You offer him a cloth. He takes it, wipes the blood like he's seen adults do, awkwardly, bravely. And then, before you can say anything else, he speaks. Can I take it home? You nod. Of course. He wraps it in the cloth like a relic, something to prove he came, endured, and left stronger than he arrived. You don't tell him that this strength is the quiet kind, the kind that won't show up in stories or songs, but the kind that grows in silence and stays for life. He hops off the stool. The moment his feet touch the ground, he's taller. Not really, but in the way that matters. He walks to the door. His mother is waiting just outside. She smiles when she sees him standing, breathing, holding something in his hand instead of crying into hers. But she doesn't rush forward. She knows not to steal this moment from him. He looks back at you once. Not with gratitude. Not with fear. With something better. With knowing. And then he's gone. You turn back to your tools. The basin is full now. Teeth that tell stories no one ever asked to hear. You wonder how many more will come. And who will still believe in courage once the bleeding starts. That's when the knock comes again. Not loud. Not hesitant. Just steady. Familiar. And this time, it's someone you've seen before. But not like this. You recognize the footsteps before the door opens. That rhythm, measured, patient, too quiet for someone who used to move like a storm. There's a pause on the threshold. Not long. Just enough to remind you that some people come back only when they've run out of everywhere else to go. Then the door creaks open, and there he is. Not the same as before. Thinner, somehow, though you wouldn't say sick. Just, more space where there used to be certainty. His face hasn't aged much, but it's changed. The jaws tighter, the eyes darker, not with anger, but with knowing. The kind of knowing that sits in your bones when you've buried something you couldn't fix. You nod once. He nods back. That's all. There's too much between you to fill with small talk. He sits, without being asked. The chair doesn't protest like it did for the others. Maybe it remembers him too. Or maybe it's just bracing for what it already suspects. He opens his mouth before you can ask. There it is. A wound you've seen before. Same side. Same tooth. Or what's left of it. You tried once. Long ago. It didn't work. Not because you lacked the skill. But because some infections dig deeper than tools can reach. You remember how it ended. The way he gripped the chair. The way the swelling got worse. The way he walked out with clenched teeth and no goodbye. And now here he is again. Not with blame. Not with hope. Just, here. You lean in, gently. The gum is angry, red, pulling away from bone like a curtain from a fire. The tooth is dying. Has been for a long time. You ask the question you never got to ask last time. Why didn't you come back sooner? He shrugs. Didn't think you'd want me to. There's no accusation in his voice. Just resignation. You pause. Then say what you should have said back then. I always wanted you to. He doesn't respond. But something softens. Just a little. You pick up the tool. Not the biggest one. Not the sharpest. The one that lets you work slowly. Because this won't be quick. This one will fight. He doesn't flinch as you touch the gum. He's past that now. This pain is familiar. A part of him. He's made peace with it the way some people do with ghosts. You twist gently. The tooth shifts, resists. Cracks. You stop. Reposition. Try again. This time, it gives. Not all at once. But enough. It comes free with a slow, wet sound that makes both of you wince, but neither of you speak. You set it in the basin. He watches it land. You can tell he's not looking at a tooth. He's looking at everything he didn't say when it first started to hurt. You clean the wound as best you can. It'll still ache. Maybe for days. But at least now, it has a reason to heal. He stands. Doesn't reach for the tooth. Doesn't offer a gift. He's given enough already. Just before he reaches the door, he turns. His voice is lower now. You were right to try. Then he's gone. The room feels heavier for a moment. Not sad. Just, honest. You stare at the chair he left behind. Wondering how many more will come back because something in them still believes they're worth tending to. And then you hear it. The sound of something dragging. Not footsteps. Not cloth. Something heavier. Something urgent. The door begins to open again. And this time, it's not pain that walks in. It's panic. You're not a mystery to them. You're a memory. A rumor. A warning passed down in half sentences and sideways glances. They know where you live. The small house tucked near the edge of the village, closer to the trees than the chapel. They know the smell, hot iron and vinegar, drifting faintly through your shuttered window. And they know the sound, too, the clink of metal in the dark, like someone sharpening sorrow into shape. No one says hello. No one says much at all. But they know. You've lived here long enough that the road outside has learned your step. The chickens don't scatter when you pass. The dogs don't bark. Children, though, they watch. Not boldly, not playfully. Just wide-eyed, half-hidden behind aprons and barrels, fingers curled around doorframes like questions they'll never ask. Their mothers whisper to them, don't stare. Don't follow. Don't touch anything near that house. And the children nod, like they understand. But they don't. Not yet. Your days are quiet. Not peaceful, just silent. You walk to the well early, before the others come with their buckets and gossip. You nod at the old man who never speaks, and he nods back. It's the closest thing to conversation you'll get before dusk. You pass the baker's wife as she sweeps her doorstep. She pretends not to see you. You've stopped trying to catch her eye. Long ago, she brought you bread. Once. Her husband scolded her. That was the end of that. It's not that they hate you. Not exactly. It's worse. They don't trust you. They need you, yes. But they flinch at needing you. Because needing you means they've failed. That something inside them is broken. That they'll have to sit in that chair, with your hand on their jaw, and admit it. You've seen the look before. Not pain. Not fear. Shame. It arrives before the patient does. Lingers long after they leave. That shame is what makes them turn their backs when they pass you in daylight. Because you've seen their weakness up close. And that makes you dangerous. There are rumors. Of course there are. That you talk to the teeth after you pull them. That you keep them in jars and whisper spells. That your tools were forged in moonlight. That you once pulled a man's memory out with his molar. You don't argue. You don't explain. You let them believe what they want. Because even fear is a kind of distance, and distance keeps your door from being kicked in when the crops fail or the priest gets sick. Sometimes, they try to be kind. Once a year, during the harvest feast, they leave a bowl of stew outside your house. It's always lukewarm. Always without salt. Like they want you to be fed, but not enjoy it. A courtesy, not an invitation. And always without a note. Just enough charity to quiet their conscience, but never enough to let you join the table. You hear their laughter, sometimes, drifting through the fields as you walk home in the dark. Laughter and music and the clatter of shared bread. You pause for a moment, not out of longing, not exactly. Just out of memory. Once, long ago, you were a guest at a table like that. Before you learned what hands could do when the heart had to harden. Before you became useful in the wrong way. They say the healer brings hope. The midwife brings life. But the dentist? The dentist brings endings. You are the last resort. The final prayer. They come to you when the ache has gone too far. When the root is rotted. When they can no longer pretend that pain is something they can live with. And so they associate you with endings, and treat you like a shadow. You've grown used to the rhythm of their avoidance. The way a circle of space always forms around you in the market. The way conversations taper off when you pass. You used to think it was loneliness. But now, you know. It's survival. Not just yours, theirs. They need someone like you. But they don't want to know who you are. There are moments, though. Small ones. Fleeting. The kind you don't write down, but you carry in the hollow of your chest like a relic. A child drops a ribbon. You pick it up. She takes it from your hand without looking you in the eye, but she says thank you. A man you helped last winter leaves a loaf of bread on your stoop. It's still warm. That night, you eat slowly, pretending someone else is in the room with you. You keep a ledger. Not of payments. Of names. Of faces. Of sighs and winces and the way people breathe when the pain stops. That's your currency. That's how you know you exist. Not because they speak to you, but because they need you. And even if they forget, you won't. But sometimes, the forgetting takes on a different shape. The shape of a story. It starts like this: a woman swears she saw you talking to someone late at night. She says your candle was lit, though no patient was inside. She says you were holding something in your hands, whispering. Someone else hears the tale, twists it. By the end of the week, they say you were talking to a corpse. That you were calling it back to life. That it answered. You hear it at the well. At the baker's. Behind the church. Not directly. Never directly. But always near enough to reach you. You say nothing. Because if the village wants to believe you speak to the dead, maybe they'll finally stop pretending they don't treat you like one. But deep down, you know what they're really afraid of. They're not afraid you speak to corpses. They're afraid that in your silence, you remember who they really are when they're in your chair. That when their mouths are open and their pain is laid bare, they are no better than you. And that, maybe, is the truest fear of all. Still, the rumors grow. And with them, a quiet shift. Not in everyone. Just enough to feel it. A boy crosses himself when you pass. A woman walks her goat in a longer circle around your home. And then, one morning, you wake to find something on your doorstep. A sprig of mistletoe. Tied with black thread. Not a charm. Not a gift. A warning. And that's when you realize, something is changing. Not in the pain they carry, but in the way they look at you. And when fear shifts its weight, judgment usually follows. They don't need truth to fear you. They need only enough silence to fill with their own invention. And silence is the one thing you've always had in abundance. You never offered stories. So they wrote their own. It began as all rumors do, quietly, with a question. One old woman, with a mouth full of pain and a head full of rot, told her neighbor that her dreams had changed after you pulled her tooth. She claimed she saw wolves now. Walking upright. Speaking her name. When her fever broke, the vision stopped. But the idea lingered. Maybe you took something out of her. Or maybe you left something behind. That's all it takes. A fevered dream becomes a parable. A cracked molar becomes a curse. Soon, they say you're not a dentist at all, but something older. Something buried. They say your tools were found, not made. Dug up beneath a church that no longer stands. That the iron in your pliers turns black when it touches a sinner's tooth. That you don't feel pain, not your own or theirs. That your eyes change color in candlelight. It's absurd, of course. You know that. But absurdity is the lifeblood of fear. And fear is far more persuasive than reason, especially when it's dressed in the robes of old superstition and whispered through mouths too frightened to speak aloud. So now they watch you more closely. Not with curiosity, but with dread disguised as politeness. They cross themselves when your back is turned. They mutter prayers when you leave a room. Once, a child left a drawing on your windowsill. It was crude, a stick figure with black lines for teeth and long fingers wrapped in smoke. You don't know if it was meant as a warning or a portrait. Either way, you kept it. Folded it. Tucked it between 2 pages of your notes, where it still rests. Like a mirror drawn in the hand of the terrified. You never respond. Not to the glances. Not to the whispers. Not to the old man who left an onion tied with garlic outside your door. You just live. Quietly. With your strange tools and stranger company. Because the myths they make about you serve a purpose. If you are inhuman, then their behavior makes sense. Then they don't have to feel guilty about treating you like fog on the edge of a field, something noticed only when it creeps too close. They call you toothbinder. The iron tongue. Mouth maker. A few even say you used to be something else. A monk who read too deeply. A midwife cast out for asking the wrong questions. A soldier who saw something in war and never spoke again. Everyone has their theory. None of them ask yours. Because the truth is never as satisfying as the story. Especially when the story protects them from looking too long at their own cruelty. They think you don't see it, that flicker in their eyes. That tightening of the jaw when you approach. But you do. You see it in the way they touch their faces after speaking to you. Like trying to feel if something inside them has shifted. You see it in how they never quite let you walk behind them. How they pretend to smile, but always with lips closed. They think you don't know about the church meeting. But you do. One evening, just before frost set in, the bell rang longer than usual. Not for mass. Not for morning. Something else. A gathering. They lit candles. Closed doors. You saw the glow from the hill behind your house. You weren't invited. Of course not. But when the baker's boy delivered bread the next morning, his hands shook as he passed it to you. He didn't meet your gaze. And you knew. Something had changed. They didn't say your name. But they talked about danger. Influence. Illness spreading. Curses masquerading as cures. They never said, dentist. They said, him. And that was enough. You started locking the door at night. Not because you were afraid. But because you've seen this before. The pattern is ancient. Pain. Fear. Blame. Fire. And it always begins with whispers. Sometimes you think of leaving. Packing your tools in the old sack, walking down the road until the trees no longer recognize your step. Starting again, somewhere nameless. Somewhere where your silence is still clean. But you don't. Because despite everything, despite the rumors, the half-truths, the charms left on your doorstep, they still come. They still knock. They still sit in your chair, eyes wide, mouths trembling, hands clutching whatever talisman they believe might protect them. And you still help. Because you remember what it means to be helpless. You remember what it means to need someone and have no one. And sometimes, just sometimes, you think the stories might serve you. That if they fear you enough, they won't hurt you. That if you're strange, they won't see how tired you are. How human. But then comes a night like this one. You step outside, and it's quiet. Too quiet. No dogs barking. No boots on cobblestone. Just wind. And something else. On your doorstep, left carefully on a folded piece of cloth, is a tooth. Human. Fresh. And next to it, a sprig of holly. Not mistletoe this time. This one means something older. Something colder. Not a warning. A challenge. And deep inside you, the question begins to rise, not just who left it. But why now? Because stories, like pain, have roots. And some roots rot deeper than even you know how to pull. No one ever asks you to sit. Not at the tables where soup steams and laughter spills over clay mugs. Not on the benches by the well where women braid stories into each other's hair. And certainly not near the hearths where tea is passed between calloused hands like a shared warmth too sacred to dilute with outsiders. You've watched them pour it. In metal cups. In carved wooden bowls. In chipped porcelain stolen from a better century. Always carefully. Always for someone. Never for you. The tea isn't special, not really. Leaves steeped in water. Sometimes sweetened with stolen honey or laced with sage, if someone has been lucky enough to find it. But it's what surrounds the tea that matters. The murmurs. The glances. The pauses between sips where truth is safer, easier to say. That's what they protect. And so, you walk by. Not quickly. But not slowly enough to be noticed. You pretend the warmth doesn't interest you. That the voices don't call to something buried in your ribs. That the clink of pottery doesn't make you wonder what it would feel like to sit. Just once. To feel your name passed in kindness instead of suspicion. But you don't. You never interrupt a circle you weren't invited to. Because in places like this, there are two things people never share with strangers, secrets, and tea. They share pain with you. But not peace. And that's always been enough. Until the girl. She came to your door late. No lantern. Just a shawl and a bruised blooming violet on her cheekbone. She said nothing. Just held her jaw with the trembling dignity of someone who's been told her pain doesn't matter. You let her in. You boiled water. And when you realized the tooth was too broken to save, you didn't reach for your tools. You reached for your hands. Steady. Open. Gentle. She flinched, even then. But you spoke to her, not in words, but in the silence between them. And when it was done, she stayed. For a while. Not to thank you. But to sit. You offered her tea. Not because it was custom. But because it was all you had. She took it with both hands. Sipped. And for a moment, the world paused. No whispers. No names. Just two people, trying to warm themselves against something colder than the night. She didn't return. Not the next day. Not the next week. But she left something behind. A scrap of red ribbon. Tied to your chair. As if to mark the moment, not with words, but with color. You kept it. And when the rumors started again, this time about your house being haunted, about you collecting voices in glass bottles, you touched the ribbon and remembered what the tea had tasted like. Simple. Not sweet. Not bitter. Just real. Since then, you've brewed tea every evening. Not because you expect company. But because, somewhere deep in your bones, you hope that kindness leaves trails the same way sorrow does. Maybe someone will follow it. Maybe not. But the tea stays warm. And so do you. Sometimes, the widow across the lane glances at your chimney. You think, maybe, she smells it. The steeping. The quiet hospitality. Once, she stepped close. Too close. You saw it in her eyes. That flicker of want. Of memory. But then she pulled her shawl tighter and crossed the street without speaking. Fear is a stronger leash than loneliness. And still, every night, the tea is made. It's become your ritual. Not just the drink. But the gesture. The act of preparing space for someone who may never come. And that's where it begins to ache. Not in the hands. Not in the back. But in the part of you that remembers being young. Being loud. Being invited. That part flickers sometimes. Usually when the rain taps against the windows like a forgotten friend. You imagine them, inside their houses, laughing, coughing, sharing warmth, while you wait for footsteps that never arrive. And still, you steep the leaves. One night, you find something beside the door. A cup. Handmade. The clay still holds fingerprints. There's no note. Just the cup. Empty. Waiting. You don't ask questions. You bring it in. Wash it. Place it next to yours. Now, there are two cups on the shelf. It's not company. But it's not solitude either. It's the possibility of company. And sometimes, that's enough. You learn, over time, to sip slowly. To taste the quiet. To sit with your own breath as it fogs the window and blurs the shapes of a world that does not welcome you. But that cup. That second cup. You polish it once a week. You set it out on cold nights. You place it close to the fire, just in case. Because something in you still believes that kindness, real kindness, is never truly forgotten. It waits. It simmers. It steeps. And someday, someone might be thirsty enough to knock. You stay. You always stay. Not because it's easy. Not because it's noble. But because you've learned that leaving doesn't undo the silence, and walking away doesn't erase the need. The need always remains. Someone's jaw will always swell. Someone's sleep will always be stolen by pain. And someone will always, quietly, knock. So you stay. You sweep the floor that no one sees. You polish the iron that makes them shiver. You wash your hands even when they're already clean because something in you still believes in rituals. Not the magical kind, the human kind. The kind that says, I will be ready when you arrive. And sometimes, they do. A farmer who limps more than he should. A boy pretending not to cry. A midwife with hands steadier than yours but a tooth too stubborn for even her courage. They don't stay long. They never do. They sit. They clutch the chair. They let you look into the part of them that hurts. They let you help. And then they leave. Sometimes with a thank you. Sometimes with nothing. And you sit alone again, with the smell of blood and rosemary still clinging to the air. And you breathe. Because that's what strength looks like here, not armor, not fire, not defiance. Just, staying. Showing up. Preparing tea. Holding space for pain that isn't yours and never pretending it doesn't affect you. You have your own pains too. Your knees complain when it rains. Your back hums with old injuries that never made enough noise to matter. But you don't speak of them. Because you've made peace with the quiet. You've shaped it into something useful. Into steadiness. Into warmth. Into waiting. You've learned how to bear being uninvited. You've mastered the art of being nearby but never too close. You've become the kind of person whose name is only said in whispers, but whose absence would be louder than a bell tower. They don't love you. But they need you. And maybe that's enough. Maybe that's always been enough. There are nights when the wind rattles the shutters and you wonder what would happen if you stopped. If the tools rusted. If the tea went cold. If no one answered the knock. But you never let it happen. Even on the worst days, even when the pain in your own mouth returns, a deep ache you no longer try to name, you keep going. Not because it doesn't hurt. But because you know what it means when no one does. That's the quiet kind of strength. The kind that isn't written in songs. The kind that never gets remembered in stories. But it's the kind that keeps people alive. The kind that lets the world breathe, even if no one thanks it. And you've accepted that. Until now. Because tonight, something is different. A noise. Not a knock. Not a voice. A rustle. And when you open the door, there's nothing there. Nothing but a bundle of cloth. And when you unwrap it, your hands tremble. Not from fear. But from recognition. Because what's inside, shouldn't exist. Not anymore. Not after what happened. But it's here. And it smells like the past. Like ash. Like old promises broken and rebound. And suddenly, everything quiet inside you begins to shift. Because you know what this means. And you know who left it. And you know, tomorrow won't be like today. They used to bring them folded in cloth, tied with twine, wrapped in oilskin to keep the sacred from spoiling. Charms, they called them. But not the kind meant to delight. These were offerings. Bargains. Last-ditch prayers carved into bone or scrawled in chicken blood on scraps of vellum, always pressed deep into a pocket, always revealed with trembling hands only when the pain grew bigger than pride. One boy brought you a bead carved with moon phases. Said his grandmother swore the swelling would drain if he clenched it between his teeth until sunrise. He did. His jaw locked by morning, but the pain remained, humming like a storm behind his eyes. Another woman arrived with a pouch of dried nettle and fox hair, muttering about a spirit she'd angered. She didn't sit. Just hovered by the door and asked if you'd burn it while thinking her name, so the pain might move into the smoke. You did. The bundle crackled. The smell lingered for hours. But her pain? Still there. Still stubborn. Still her own. You've stopped asking if they believe these things will work. It's not really about belief. It's about motion. About doing something, anything, to feel less helpless. They come to you not just for the pulling, the scraping, the crude relief. They come because here, in this quiet room of wood and iron and faint rosemary, no one laughs at their pain. No one shrugs it off as exaggeration. Here, their ache is real. Named. Seen. The charms don't work, but they mean something. A way to carry the pain without letting it crush you. A story you can tell yourself when the nights grow too sharp. I've done something. I've tried. And so, you let them bring them. You've kept a few. Not out of superstition. Out of respect. A silver button with an eye etched into its surface. A knotted string dyed with soot. A tooth, small and brown, wrapped in lace, still warm when you were handed it. The child it came from had already stopped crying. Some leave charms with you on purpose, as if the pain might stay behind if they don't carry it back. Others forget. Or pretend to. You never return them. They sit on a shelf now, in a box beside your herbs, your tools, your silence. Sometimes, you open it. Not to count. Just to remember. Every piece has a weight. A texture. A story. And sometimes, when your own pain flares, when your jaw aches or your memories turn too loud, you run your fingers over them. Not for magic. For memory. Because these charms may not cure. But they comfort. And comfort, you've learned, has its own strange power. One night, a girl came with a ribbon tied around her tooth. Red. Frayed. She said it kept the demons out. You didn't laugh. You asked if you could hold it. She nodded. And when you cut the ribbon to remove the tooth, you wrapped it around your wrist like a bracelet. She noticed. Smiled. Said nothing. But she left the chair without limping. That ribbon stayed on your wrist for a week. When you took it off, your hand felt colder. Lighter, maybe. Or lonelier. Some days, you wonder what people will say of you long after your tools have rusted. That you pulled teeth. That you muttered to herbs in the dark. That you lit candles before every extraction, not for light, but for something gentler. Maybe they'll find the box. Maybe they'll open it and laugh. Or maybe, they'll understand. Because behind every charm was someone trying to believe their pain meant something. That it wasn't random. That it could be soothed, or traded, or at least acknowledged by something larger than themselves. And in that, they weren't wrong. Because pain, like love, like loss, like breath, demands to be witnessed. And if a ribbon, or a button, or a tooth wrapped in lace helps them feel seen, then who are you to say no? You've seen how belief can change a face. How a whispered, "This will help," can slow the trembling of fingers. How a small act, a candle lit, a charm accepted, a promise not dismissed, can hold back the flood of despair. So you keep a place on the shelf. Not just for the tools. But for the pieces of hope they leave behind. And sometimes, late at night, you light a candle for them. Not because you believe. But because they did. And that was enough. And now, there's something else on your doorstep. Not a charm. Not quite. But something wrapped in cloth. Something breathing. The first thing you learn in this trade isn't how to pull a tooth. It's how to brew. Before the pliers, before the pain, before the part where someone bites down on leather and screams into their own sleeve, there's always the cup. Always the steam. Always the ritual. Fennel for swelling. Sage for infection. Clove, if you can find it, for the kind of ache that makes grown men cry without shame. You never promised the tea would fix it. But you never said it wouldn't. Because sometimes, when the pain is older than the wound, older than the mouth itself, the body doesn't want answers, it wants company. A moment to sit. To sip. To believe that someone thought enough of their suffering to stir leaves into hot water. And so, you stir. You watch the steam rise. You hand them the cup, and you wait. They never say thank you. Not out loud. But they hold it like it matters. Like it remembers something they've forgotten. One man came every week. Never spoke. Just pointed to the same spot on his jaw, the one with no tooth left to hurt. You gave him nettle, thyme, and a sliver of bark the color of rust. He drank it like it was the last kindness in the world. And maybe it was. The day he stopped coming, you kept a cup warm until midnight. The tea turned bitter. But you drank it anyway. For him. Some bring their own bundles. Wrapped in cloth. Sealed with wax. Plants with names only their grandmothers remember. You don't question. You just brew. There's a rhythm to it, like prayer. Measure, crush, heat, pour, wait. It makes the silence bearable. It makes the room feel less like a place of pain and more like a pause in the ache of the world. You've seen the way their hands shake as they reach for it. Not from fear, but from hope. From the fragile, flickering wish that this time, maybe, something will change. And sometimes, it does. Not the pain. But the way they carry it. Slower. Softer. With the memory of warmth between their palms. You've learned which herbs bring dreams, which bring stillness, which trick the body into thinking it's safe, even when it isn't. You've learned that sometimes, they need the story more than the science. That healing, real healing, often begins in the story we choose to believe. One mother swore her tea cured her son's fever. You knew better. But you also knew the way she looked at you changed afterward. As if you'd saved something. Maybe her faith. Maybe herself. You never corrected her. Because truth isn't always the most important thing in the room. Especially not here, in a space built from shadow and mercy, where the fire glows low and the tea is always brewing. You've tried the teas too. On nights when the ache won't sleep. When your hands remember too many mouths and not enough thanks. When the wind carries the sound of crying that isn't yours but settles in your bones like it might belong. You drink slowly. Let the bitterness settle behind your teeth. It doesn't fix anything. But it reminds you that you are still here. Still holding the warmth. Still capable of giving it. And that, sometimes, is enough. One night, a girl returned, not for help, but with a gift. A tiny bag of dried petals, blue and crumbling. She said her grandmother's ghost told her it would help you. You didn't laugh. You brewed it. It tasted like dust and summer and something older than science. And when you drank it, you dreamed of her grandmother's hands. Wrinkled. Gentle. Stirring. Always stirring. There are some things in this world we cannot explain. But we keep them close anyway. Because belief, in its own quiet way, is medicine. And you have become its keeper. A brewer of comfort. A guardian of aching souls. And when the tea runs out, you don't panic. You gather more. Dry it slowly. Label each jar with a memory. Because each leaf tells a story. And the stories, you've learned, matter more than the cure. And now, as the fire dims and the tea cools untouched on the table, there's a knock. Not the kind that asks for pain to be ended. But the kind that wants to know where it began. They said it was a worm. Not an infection, not decay, just a tiny, writhing creature nestled inside the tooth, gnawing from within, chewing through nerves and bone like a rat in the walls of a house no one could leave. You've heard it too many times to count. From villagers, nobles, even monks. They all swear by it. Some say it slithers in through bad dreams. Others say it's punishment for eating sweets, or speaking curses, or kissing someone you shouldn't. You've never seen the worm. But you've seen what people do to get rid of it. Hot needles pressed into the gums. Oil made from crushed beetles. One man held his mouth open over smoke for 2 hours, convinced the worm would flee from fire. When he fainted, he smiled. Said it must have worked. It hadn't. The truth is, People will believe almost anything when pain is louder than reason. And the worm, it gave them something to blame. A name for the thing that wouldn't let them sleep. A shape for their invisible suffering. You don't correct them. Not anymore. What good would it do? There's power in naming pain. In pretending it has edges and rules. In pretending it's something you can chase out with salt or prayers or smoke. One child drew you a picture once. Said it was the worm in her mother's tooth. It looked like a snake with a crown. You still have it. Folded in your drawer beside a half-burned root and a vial of ash. You think about that drawing when the screams echo too long in the walls. You think about how she waited outside the whole time, clutching her doll, whispering to it, "The worm's almost gone." Maybe it was. Maybe just believing it had shape was enough to make the pain feel manageable. Not gone. Just smaller. People bring you things. Powdered bone. Fermented garlic. Salves that smell like rot. All to drive out the worm. One woman insisted you chant while pulling. Said the sound disorients it. You did. And when she left, she pressed your hand and said, "Thank you for listening." That was all she wanted. Not a cure. Just a witness. You wonder if the worm ever existed at all, or if it was just the name we gave to the part of pain that doesn't go away. The kind that stays even after the tooth is gone. That hums under the silence like something burrowing deeper than bone. You've met ghosts like that. Not the kind that knock things over. The kind that sit quietly. In old chairs. In corners. In the eyes of someone who's been hurting for too long. You've learned to make space for them. To light a candle. To pour a cup of the strong tea. Not because it banishes them, but because it reminds them they're not alone. That someone still sees them. You've begun to wonder if you're haunted too. Not by what you've done, but by what you couldn't fix. The screams that didn't stop. The children who didn't return. The ones who left their pain in your hands and hoped it wouldn't follow them. You try to forget. But sometimes, in the stillness, you hear it. A soft squirming. Like something chewing on old wood. Not real. Not quite. Just memory. Just the echo of a story told too many times. You tell yourself it's nothing. But the sound doesn't leave. So you write it down. Draw its shape. Give it a name. Because sometimes naming it is the only way to live with it. And now, someone is outside. They say they've heard the worm. But they're not here to be cured. They're here to make sure it never comes back. It was never about the leaf. Or the charm. Or the ash-black paste rubbed carefully along the gum line. They came because someone told them it might help. Or because no one else would even try. Or maybe, just maybe, because they needed to be somewhere, anywhere, that didn't laugh when they whispered their pain. And so they arrived. Bent. Hollow-eyed. Sometimes hopeful. Sometimes already grieving the tooth before it was gone. But always carrying that same question in their silence, will you still help me if it doesn't work? And you would. Every time. Because somewhere along the way, you stopped measuring truth by outcome. You began to understand that belief, raw, trembling, sometimes absurd, was its own kind of medicine. Not because it healed the infection, but because it soothed the soul long enough for the body to hold on. You remember an old woman who came to you 3 winters in a row, never with the same complaint, never with a tooth that needed pulling, only with stories of a boy she lost. She said the pain lived in her jaw now. That it had moved there after he died. You nodded. You listened. You brewed her a tea that didn't exist in any of your books. Just lavender, mint, and a petal you'd once found by the riverbank. You called it, forgetting water. She cried the first time she drank it. Not because it worked. But because someone had tried to name her ache. And that, more than any herb, softened her. You've seen belief stitched into everything here, in the way a father holds his son's hand and tells him the pain is a dragon that must be smoked out, in the way a merchant insists that sleep on the night of a new moon will heal better, in the way a young woman swears that a kiss before the pulling keeps the soul from leaving. None of it is science. All of it is survival. And that's what matters most. Because when bodies are broken and mouths scream and there's no true comfort to offer, sometimes what keeps someone breathing isn't relief, it's ritual. The fire. The steam. The knowing that you've walked this road before, and you're willing to walk it again. With them. For them. Not as a savior. Just as a witness. Just as a hand that doesn't flinch when the blood comes. There's a boy, barely 10, who brings you twigs each time he visits. Says he leaves them under his pillow to keep the pain away. You collect them in a jar now. Not because they protect you. But because they remind you what belief looks like when it hasn't yet been crushed by the world. Small. Earnest. Beautiful. You've begun to wonder, in quiet moments, if belief is the one thing that can't decay. That even when everything else crumbles, when teeth rot, when tools rust, when names are forgotten, belief lingers. In the way people keep coming. In the way they look at you like maybe, just maybe, you are more than a dentist. More than a wielder of pliers and poultices. Maybe you are a priest of pain. A translator of suffering. A quiet balm in a loud, aching world. You never asked for that role. But you've learned to carry it. Gently. Like a cup full of hot tea. Like a story passed down in a trembling voice. And maybe that's what this room really is, not a clinic, not a cure house, but a chapel. A place where the wounded come not to be fixed, but to be seen. To be named. To be told, I don't know if this will help, but I'm here anyway. I'll try anyway. And so you light the fire again. Refill the pot. Open the door. Because belief is fragile, but it's also faithful. And now, as the night falls heavier than usual, and the wind carries no sound but its own, you hear something different. A knock. Soft. Slow. But steady. Not the knock of someone curious. Or hopeful. But of someone who's come to stay. Someone who's not just asking for relief, but something far harder. An answer. The day ends slowly, not with a bang, but with a breath. You don't need to check the hour. You know by the way the shadows move, longer now, softer, slipping across the stone floor like quiet thoughts. The fire has dwindled into its final rhythm. Not gone. Not burning. Just glowing. Steady coals, orange and low, like the last warmth of someone who doesn't speak anymore but still chooses to stay. You sit, not from exhaustion, but from need. There's something sacred about this pause. About this exact moment, when the last voice has faded, and the room belongs only to silence and the slow settling of dust. You loosen your hands first. Not your thoughts. Your thoughts are still busy, still echoing with the sounds of pain and breath and broken attempts at comfort. But your fingers, they know how to let go. You place them gently in your lap, like the tools you've just cleaned. The air smells of herbs and smoke and something faintly metallic, old blood that didn't wash away entirely, and maybe isn't meant to. You lean back in the chair, the one that doesn't creak if you shift just right. The same spot you've sat in 1,000 times, yet tonight it feels different. Quieter. As if the walls themselves are listening, waiting for the words you haven't spoken aloud. You look around the room. Not to check. Just to see. The candle on the far shelf is tilting, burning slower now. Its light barely touches the corners, like a secret you're not ready to read. A cracked bowl. A pair of worn gloves. A scrap of linen with someone's name smudged out by ash. All these pieces belong here. Just like you. You pick up a mug, lukewarm now, and sip what's left of the bitter root tea you made this morning. It's not for healing. Not anymore. It's just familiar. And sometimes, that's enough. Familiarity, after all, is its own kind of medicine. The fire cracks. A tiny sound, but it draws your eyes. One last coal shifts in the bed of ash, glowing bright for a second as if remembering it once was flame. You wonder if that's what people feel like, too, flaring back to life just before sleep. The ache in your back reminds you you've been leaning too far to one side all day. You shift. The chair allows it. You breathe deeper now, slower. Not because you're calm, but because you're finally allowed to be. This is when the thoughts start coming, not the loud ones, not regrets or fears, but the gentle ones that drift in when everything else has stepped aside. You think of the man who came in with shaking hands and left with tears on his shirt. You didn't cure him. You just sat beside him longer than you needed to. And he said thank you like it mattered. You think of the girl who didn't speak but held your wrist so tightly it left a mark. That mark is still there, faint but real. Like her. Like all of them. You think of how no one teaches you this part. How to hold stories that don't belong to you. How to be trusted by people who are too afraid to trust their own bodies. You feel the weight of it, not heavy, but firm, like a blanket woven from the days you never expected to survive. You shift again, not because you need to, but because the fire is nearly out, and you want to remember it like this, glowing, breathing, listening. You close your eyes for a moment. Not to sleep. Just to see differently. And in the dark behind your lids, you feel everything, the hands that trembled in yours, the words people couldn't say but still gave you in silence, the hope they tried to leave behind. It's all here. Sitting with you. And you're not afraid of it. Not anymore. The glow fades just slightly. The room breathes. And somewhere deep within you, a softer voice speaks, not to fix, not to teach, just to remind you, you showed up. You stayed. You didn't run when it got ugly. You listened when no one else could. And now, as the final cold dims and the room prepares to sleep, something stirs outside the window. A light step. A presence. Maybe it's the wind. Or maybe, someone is still awake. Carrying a weight. Hoping for one more knock at the door. One more ear willing to hear. One more chance to be known, even if just in silence. You thought the hardest part would be the pain. The screams. The sharp edge of iron biting into soft bone. But it wasn't. That part, as awful as it was, had a shape to it. A pattern. You knew what to do with a rotting tooth. You knew the smell, the pressure, the moment when resistance gave way to release. What you weren't ready for was what they didn't speak. The weight they carried behind their eyes. The pain that wasn't physical, but still demanded space. A boy comes in with a swollen jaw, but the way he holds himself tells you something else is bruised. Not his gums. Not his tongue. Something deeper. He doesn't say much. Just sits. Just nods. Just lets you work. But he flinches, not at the pain, but at your touch. Not because it hurts, but because it doesn't. And somewhere in that stillness, you know. You know this has nothing to do with teeth. A woman visits twice a week. Not because anything's wrong. She says she has a shadow in her molar. But what she really means is, I need someone to ask if I'm okay. And you do. Not with words. But with warm water. With time. With silence that doesn't press her to fill it. You learn the difference between patients and people. A patient brings you a problem. A person brings you their whole self, even when they try not to. And you start carrying them home. Not literally. But in your bones. In your sleep. In the space behind your breath. You begin to measure days not by how many teeth you pulled, but by how many silences you sat through without turning away. Because sitting through silence, real silence, is harder than any scream. You clean your tools at night and think of the man who said he didn't fear pain, he feared being alone in it. And that sentence stays with you. Threads itself through your evenings like smoke through thatch. You remember the woman who asked if you'd sit by her after. Just for a moment. Just until she stopped shaking. You remember the child who left a wildflower on your doorstep. No note. Just color in a world that had none. These aren't treatments. These aren't procedures. These are echoes. Soft ones. But they ring loud in the quiet. You wonder how many of them walk around bleeding from wounds no one can see. You wonder how many times you've done the same. You start to realize, this job was never about teeth. It was about grief. About holding pain that had nowhere else to go. About being the room where it was safe to fall apart. And that room, this room, it's heavier than it looks. You try not to let it change you. But it does. Not in big ways. Not all at once. Just, slowly. Gently. Like water wearing down stone. You begin to soften in places you didn't know were hard. You begin to listen longer. Speak less. Breathe deeper. And one night, you catch your own reflection in the dark glass. You look tired. But not weak. Worn, yes. But with purpose. As if your body has become a vessel not just for your own living, but for theirs too. You set your mug down and it echoes louder than you expect. The fire has died now. But the warmth lingers. Not from flame. From memory. From presence. And just as you're about to rise, to stretch, to blow out the last candle, you hear it, footsteps. Hesitant. Barely there. As if someone outside the door isn't sure they should knock. But they will. You already know they will. Because when the weight grows too much to carry alone, even the quietest soul will seek out the one room where belief still lives. You learn, after a while, that pain has many languages. Some scream. Some whisper. Some sit in silence and stare at the floor, hoping no one notices they're breaking. And sometimes, it lives in the in-between. In the way someone pauses before speaking. In the way their hands stay clenched, even after the needle is gone. You begin to see it everywhere. In the hunched shoulders of the farmer whose back has carried too many winters. In the swollen eyes of the mother who doesn't flinch at her own tooth being pulled, but cries when you say, gently, that she can rest as long as she needs. It surprises you, how pain isn't always loud. How it hides in places where kindness waits. In small, wrinkled hands that thank you even when you fail. In the boy who bled on your floor and apologized for the mess. In the man who came back just to say he slept better for the first time in months. And you think to yourself, maybe this job was never meant to be clean. Maybe it was meant to hurt a little. Because only then could you see what people carried. What they hid. What they were too tired to name. You remember a woman who sat in your chair and said, I can't tell anyone else. You didn't ask what. You didn't need to. Some things don't need words to be known. You just held her hand as her body trembled, and in that shaking, you felt something familiar, like a memory you couldn't quite place. Something you'd once carried, too. The truth is, everyone brings something into this room. Not just pain in their mouths. But in their minds. In their hearts. In the places no iron tool could ever reach. You begin to understand what it means to be present. Not to fix. Not to promise. But to witness. To stay. To say, without saying, I see you. And that, sometimes, is enough. You sit by your window at night and think of all the lives that passed through your hands. Not the procedures. The people. You wonder where they are now. If they still carry it. If they ever found a place to set it down. You close your eyes and feel their stories lingering in the walls, in the warmth of your old wooden chair, in the worn grooves of your floor. You've swept this room 100 times, but some dust refuses to leave. Some echoes insist on staying. And you let them. Because this was never just a clinic. It was a place where pain could exhale. Where people weren't healed, but weren't alone. And maybe that's all we ever really want. To not be alone in what hurts. You take one last breath, slow and quiet, and rise to stoke the fire again. Because morning always comes. And when it does, someone will knock. Someone carrying a weight they can no longer hold. Someone hoping, just maybe, that here, in this quiet room, they'll find a little more than relief. They'll find a reason to return. There is something about candlelight that changes the way a room breathes. In the morning, this place feels heavy, like it's carrying the groans of every patient who's passed through, the smell of iron, the stain of effort. But at night, when the fire is just a memory and the only light comes from a small flicker beside your chair, everything softens. The shadows stretch gently instead of looming. The tools no longer glint with threat, they rest, quiet and humbled by the silence. You sit, your body aching in places you've stopped naming, your hands resting in your lap, your breath slow and unbothered. The candle doesn't judge how many you failed today. It doesn't ask why you couldn't do more, or why the man with the shaking hands never came back, or why the girl with the swollen cheek still looked afraid when you smiled. It just glows, steadily, faithfully. It says nothing and somehow still manages to understand. You stare at it sometimes for far too long, and in the dance of its little flame, you see things. Not ghosts exactly, but moments. Glimpses. A mother's exhale. A child's grip tightening. The slow nod of a man who knows this will hurt but stays anyway. These memories don't rise like a storm. They drift in, like smoke, curling gently around your thoughts and disappearing just as softly. You've learned that regret doesn't scream. It doesn't demand. It waits. Sits in the room with you until you're too tired to fight it. And then it whispers. Not of mistakes, but of what might have been. Of what you wished you could have offered, if only you'd had more time. Or more sleep. Or more skill. But the candle doesn't hold any of that. It holds light. That's all. And maybe, in the end, that's enough. A small defiance against the dark. A single breath of warmth in a world that so often feels cold. It never asks you to be better than you are. It simply shares its presence, and reminds you, you are still here. And you are still trying. The fire may have gone out, but the work never really ends. Tomorrow, someone else will arrive. Someone quiet. Someone trembling. Someone who doesn't need perfect hands, only honest ones. Only someone who will stay until the pain passes. Just like this candle has stayed with you. You lift it, slowly, and let your eyes wander once more over the tools, the walls, the chair, the day's dust settled like old breath. And you whisper to the empty room, not a prayer, not a promise, just a truth, this light isn't much. But it's something. And in this world, something matters. You cup the flame gently and carry it to the window. And in the stillness, as you press your fingers to the glass, you see something move in the distance. A figure. Not quite here yet. But coming. The tools don't speak at night. They don't clang or scrape or groan under pressure. They don't scream like the mouths they've touched or tremble like the hands that held them. At night, they rest. Just like you. And in their silence, there's something almost sacred. The chair, so often a cradle of discomfort, now sits in stillness, its wooden legs no longer creaking beneath the weight of pain, its worn arms holding only the memory of those who gripped them too tightly, too long. You sit nearby, not because you need to, but because you're not quite ready to leave. Not yet. The day hasn't left you. Not entirely. It lingers in your shoulders, in the ache that lives behind your eyes, in the ghost of a scream that never quite made it out. You hear nothing now but the slow exhale of your own breath and the occasional crackle of cooling timber somewhere in the walls. And that is enough. In the dark, you are not a healer, not a figure of fear or folklore. You are just someone who tried. And trying, in this world, is its own kind of holiness. You think of the last patient, the way his jaw clenched with dread, the way his eyes searched yours for some unspoken mercy. You gave what you could. It was not enough. It never is. But it was honest. The room still smells faintly of the herbs you burned after he left, part ritual, part habit, part quiet hope that something in this space could be cleansed. That something invisible might lift. You wipe the last tool down, not out of duty, but care. You place it back, lined up with the others, not because anyone will check, but because something inside you still believes in order, in preparation, in the idea that tomorrow deserves readiness. Even if tomorrow will only bring more of the same. In the quiet, you remember the days before all this. Before pain had names. Before your hands learned how to steady themselves. You remember being afraid. Not of failure, but of being the only one in the room when someone broke. And yet now, night after night, you sit in that room. And you don't run. There is something to be said for that. Something the stories will never sing about. But the walls know. And so does the chair. And maybe that's enough. The candle flickers, its shadow dancing lazily across the walls like the fading memory of motion. You could blow it out. But you don't. Not yet. You want to sit with it a little longer. Let the light hold you, the way you've tried to hold others. There's no one left to impress. No eyes watching to see if you're strong. And that, strangely, makes it easier to be gentle, with yourself, with the tools, with the silence. You close your eyes for a moment and listen, not for sounds, but for what still hums beneath the stillness. There's something there. A feeling. Not quite sadness. Not quite peace. Just a soft awareness that what you do matters. Even if it isn't perfect. Even if no one says thank you. The room is empty, but you are not alone. The day has ended. But its echoes remain. You reach for your mug, still half full of something lukewarm and herbal. You sip, not because it tastes good, it doesn't, but because it grounds you. Reminds you that your hands are still your own. That you're still here. That the work is over, but you're still part of something larger than the pain you pulled today. You glance at the tools once more. They are silent. But they are waiting. Just like you. Waiting for the next story. The next ache. The next human being who walks through that door and sits in that chair with nothing left to give but their trust. And in this quiet, you realize something. What stays behind when the tools go quiet is not emptiness. It's space. Space to reflect. Space to breathe. Space to remember that your effort was not wasted. You lean back in your chair and exhale slowly, the way someone does when they're not trying to impress anyone. Just existing. And in the stillness, something shifts, not loudly, not suddenly. Just a gentle understanding that settles around your shoulders like a worn, familiar shawl. It's done. For today. The tools may rest. And so can you. But as your gaze drifts toward the far wall, where the light fades, where the shadows gather, you sense it again. Not dread. Not fear. But memory. What remains after the task is over? What lingers even when the tools are still? And that is where the next part begins. There are footprints on the floor that no one else sees. Not because they're hidden, but because they were never made of dirt. They were made of presence. The kind that presses into the air like weight into old wood. You don't have to look down to find them. You feel them when you walk. You feel them when you sit in the chair that's been sat in too many times by people too desperate to pretend they weren't afraid. What stays behind isn't pain. Pain is loud when it's here. But it leaves quickly. What stays is quieter. It's the way the cushion sinks a little slower in certain spots. It's the faint fingerprint on the edge of the door where someone held on longer than they meant to. It's the breath that hangs in the air after a scream fades. Not the sound. Just the breath. The part that says, "I'm still here," even if they don't say it out loud. You notice these things more at night. Maybe because the noise is gone. Or maybe because your heart finally has space to listen. You remember the man who didn't speak, just nodded, clenched his fists, and kept his eyes on the floor. He left a tremble in the chair long after he stood. Or the boy who said he wasn't scared but shook like a leaf held too tightly. He left a story in the way he walked out. Not of courage, but of trying to have it. And the old woman who gave you a smile, broken and bleeding, but still a smile. She left something, too. Maybe it was grace. Maybe it was just the smell of rosemary on her shawl. But it lingers. You don't write these things down. You don't hang them on the wall like trophies. But they stay. Somewhere in your bones. Somewhere in the way your fingers hesitate for half a second before touching someone's face. Not because you're afraid. But because you remember. You remember how fragile a face can be. Not just from age or illness. But from the weight of being seen. From the hope that someone might touch you without turning away. You sometimes wonder if others feel this. If the baker, kneading dough, remembers every hand that ever reached for bread with more hunger than money. Or if the midwife, wiping sweat from a brow, carries the cries of babies she never got to name. Maybe we all carry echoes. Maybe the quiet things are louder than we think. You step across the room, past the tools, past the chair, and pause by the window. Outside, the world is quiet. But inside, it isn't. The room breathes with you. And you realize, what stays behind isn't always heavy. Sometimes it's soft. Like gratitude left unsaid. Like the relief in someone's eyes when the pain stops, even just for a minute. You think of them not as patients but as people. Not the nobleman or the beggar. Just someone who sat across from you, hurting. Someone who didn't know if they could handle it. But tried anyway. And now, even if they're gone, something about them remains. Maybe that's the real work. Not fixing. Not curing. But witnessing. Letting someone exist fully, even in agony, without flinching. Without making them feel like they are too much. Too broken. Too difficult to care for. You walk back to the chair and run your hand along its edge. It's worn smooth from years. But it still holds. Just like you. You think about how many have come through, how many stories have passed through this tiny space like wind through cracks in stone. Not remembered by name. But known, somehow. Known in the quiet ways that don't make it into records or songs. But last. Because memory isn't always about facts. Sometimes it's about how a moment felt. And how it changed you. You feel tired. Not in your bones. But in your spirit. The kind of tired that comes from holding space for too many storms. And yet, somehow, there's comfort in that. Because storms pass. But the ground remembers the rain. You light a second candle, not for light. But for warmth. Emotional warmth. The kind that pushes back the edges of loneliness and lets the room feel like company. You sit again. Not as a healer. Not as a keeper of stories. Just as someone who needs a moment to be human. And in that stillness, you realize, what stays behind isn't just the echo of others. It's also the soft shape you're becoming because of them. You aren't the same person who first stepped into this room. You've been shaped by their pain. By their hope. By their silence. And now, in the hush of this late hour, you feel something new rising. A question. One that doesn't demand an answer. Just attention. Because as the coals dim, and the air grows cooler, and your eyes begin to drift toward sleep, there's one thought you can't quite shake: if all these echoes remain here with you, what do you leave behind for them? You didn't ask for the role of witness, but somehow, it found you. Not in a dramatic way. Not like the songs or tales where heroes rise from nothing. No, your kind of seeing was quieter. Slower. It unfolded across 1,000 small moments when someone sat in that chair and, for the first time all day, or maybe all their life, let someone look at them without judgment. Without rushing. Without fear of being dismissed. You saw it first in the eyes. The way they wouldn't meet yours, at least not at first. Shame has a way of making people look at their feet. Or their hands. Or the wall behind your head. Anywhere but your face. Because to look someone in the eye while you're hurting is the bravest thing a soul can do. And most people don't feel brave when they're in pain. But over time, sometimes just a few breaths, you learn to wait. To soften your gaze. To let silence do its work. And when they finally did meet your eyes, something always shifted. Not everything, of course. Not the infection or the broken molar or the terrible tools waiting in the corner. But something deeper. A part of them that stopped hiding, just for a moment. Just long enough to say, I exist. I'm here. Do you see me? And you did. Not as a set of symptoms. Not as a burden or a problem to solve. You saw the boy behind the swollen cheek. The mother beneath the jaw locked tight with pain. The old man whose mouth trembled not from illness, but from too many years of being ignored. You didn't always have the cure. Sometimes there was no solution, just the slow unraveling of something human in the space between two people willing to stay in the room together. There is a kind of healing in that. Not the kind that fixes teeth. But the kind that keeps people from falling all the way apart. You remember once, long ago, a woman came to you with more sorrow than words. She barely spoke. Barely moved. But when you held her face in your hands to examine the damage, she closed her eyes. Not out of fear, but out of relief. As if your touch, however clumsy, was the first that hadn't tried to take anything from her. Just to witness. Just to care. That moment lasted no more than 30 seconds. But you've carried it for years. Because in that half minute, she gave you something: trust. Not earned. Not requested. Just given. And that is the rarest gift in the world. To be trusted with someone's pain without needing to fix it. Just to hold it. Even if only briefly. You think about that more now, in the silence. How strange it is, that in a world full of pain, the thing people crave most isn't the end of it, it's the dignity of being seen inside it. Not passed over. Not pitted. Seen. Fully. And when you offered that, without even meaning to, it stayed with them. Some came back years later, not for more work, but to say thank you. For your hands. For your patience. For your silence. Others never returned. But in the way they walked out, straighter, steadier, or simply less alone, you knew something had changed. You'll never know what their lives became after that. Whether they told anyone about you. Whether they remembered your name. But they left with more than they arrived with. And so did you. Because every person who let you see them gave you something, too. A reminder. That no one walks through suffering alone, even if they think they do. That sometimes, the greatest kindness isn't in what we say or do, but in what we allow. The space. The quiet. The moment where someone is allowed to exist in their truth and still be met with care. The world doesn't always reward that kind of seeing. It often mocks it. Calls it soft. Unnecessary. Sentimental. But you've learned the truth the hard way. That being seen is what saves people. Maybe not from death. But from despair. You lean back now in your seat, the candlelight flickering against the wall. The room has grown colder, but your chest feels warm. Not from pride. Not from ego. Just from knowing you were there. That you bore witness to real lives, and you didn't look away. And in doing so, you became more than a dentist. You became a mirror. A refuge. A reminder that people are not invisible. Not when someone is willing to see them. And as your eyes begin to close, as the weight of the day presses down in the softest way, you find yourself thinking of one more thing. It's not about what you saw. It's about who you became because you chose to look. And in that final breath before sleep, something else begins to rise, slow and steady, like the warmth of a memory you don't want to forget. What if we all carried this gift, the gift of seeing gently, holding lightly, and never turning away? The fire is only a whisper now, its embers barely clinging to the last of their light, as if they too are ready to rest. You sit in the hush of this small room, your hands finally still, your breath sinking with the quiet rhythms of night. Outside, the wind sighs low against the wood, brushing the walls like an old friend passing by without knocking. It's late. Later than most would call reasonable. But time moves differently here, in this space between the pain and the peace. You're not thinking of patience now. Not of names or faces or even the tools, though they still sit in the corner like silent shadows. You're thinking about what lingers when all of it fades. The sound of someone's breath when the agony breaks just enough for sleep to find them. The way light pools on the floor when everything else has gone dim. The weight of your own body, heavier now with something that isn't exhaustion exactly, but something quieter, deeper. A kind of ache that doesn't hurt. The ache of having been there. Of having mattered. There are things no one sees but you. Not just in people's mouths or their wounds, but in the way they sit. The way they hold their own arms. The way their voices change when they realize they're not being hurried, not being judged. That's the real practice, isn't it? Not the pliers, not the poultices, not the pain. But the presence. The decision, again and again, to stay soft when the world tries to make you hard. To stay listening, even when there's nothing left to say. Sometimes you wonder what it all meant. Whether any of it mattered in the larger scheme of history, where kings and wars and plagues tend to steal the spotlight. But in the quiet corners, where someone once let you hold their hurt, even for a moment, you know the answer. It mattered to them. It mattered to you. And that's enough. It has to be. You let your head fall back, your eyes drawn to the ceiling beams worn smooth by time. Everything feels older at night. Softer. More honest. There's something holy in the silence, not the kind found in cathedrals, but the kind that lives in a room where no one is pretending to be anything more than tired and alive. And tonight, maybe that's all you are. A little tired. A little alive. And very much here. The world outside might not remember your name. But you remember theirs, the ones who smiled through broken teeth, the ones who flinched but stayed, the ones who cried without shame. You remember them not because you were paid to, not because history asked you to, but because they were real. Because you were real when you were with them. And in the quiet, in the glow of a candle barely holding on, that is what echoes. Not the screams. Not the pain. But the presence. The connection. The strange, beautiful courage of people choosing to endure, not because they believed it would end, but because they believed they wouldn't be alone in it. And now, as your body softens, your breathing slows, and your thoughts begin to float like dust in the last warmth of the flame, there's nothing left to do. Nothing left to fix. Just this moment. This closing of the day. This fading into rest. Maybe you, dear listener, feel that too. The release. The safety. The reminder that discomfort doesn't mean failure. That pain, when seen, is not as lonely as it feels. And as your eyes flutter one last time and your thoughts drift into the soft blur of sleep, carry this with you, this truth we often forget in the noise of daylight: you are not alone in your discomfort. You never were. Not back then. Not now. Not ever. And if you're still awake, just barely, thank you for walking this strange, soft road with me tonight. Through aching jaws and cold stone floors, through the quiet rooms where pain once sat and hope sometimes visited, you stayed. You listened. And maybe, just maybe, you felt a little less alone. The past has teeth, yes. But it also has tenderness, hidden in the corners where no one thought to look. So let this be your final thought before sleep takes you, that even in the oldest stories, someone was trying to be kind. And maybe tonight, someone tried that for you, too. So rest now. The fire is out. The tools are still. And the candle has nothing left to do but wait for the dark. You are safe. You are enough. You are not alone. Good night.